Hi everyone. Great to have you here at Black Magic. Get comfortable because today we're presenting what if Harry's accidental magic activated a time turner at age 5 and Merlin himself came to train him. Before we start, a gentle reminder, if you love stories like this, please like and subscribe. It helps the algorithm show our videos to more people. And now, the moment you've been waiting for. Chapter 1, The Wizard Out of Time. The cupboard under the stairs felt smaller than usual tonight. 5-year-old Harry Potter curled into a tight ball, his skinny arms wrapped around equally skinny legs. His stomach growled so loudly he worried Uncle Vernon might hear it from upstairs and get angry again. 3 days without proper food, just scraps and water, because he'd accidentally turned his teacher's hair blue when she'd yelled at him in front of everyone. Freak, Uncle Vernon had called him. Again. Harry squeezed his eyes shut, willing the hot tears not to fall. Something inside him twisted painfully, not just hunger but something deeper. Something that bubbled up whenever strange things happened around him. Something that made the Dursleys hate him. I wish someone would take me away, Harry whispered into the darkness. Anyone. Please. As he spoke, something in the far corner of his cupboard glinted in the sliver of light coming from under the door. Harry hadn't noticed it before, a small golden object with tiny hourglass suspended in the middle of delicate rings. It definitely hadn't been there when Aunt Petunia had shoved him in here earlier. Harry reached out, curious despite his misery. His small fingers brushed against the cool metal, and immediately the hourglass began to spin. Slowly at first, then faster and faster until it became a golden blur. What? Harry started, but his words cut off as a surge of energy burst from his fingertips into the device. The spinning hourglass glowed brighter and brighter, bathing the cupboard in golden light. Harry panicked, trying to drop the object, but it seemed stuck to his palm. The light intensified until he had to close his eyes against the brightness, the whole cupboard now humming with energy that made his skin tingle and his hair stand on end. Then came the crack, like thunder directly overhead, followed by absolute silence. Well, this is unexpected, said a voice. An old man's voice, kind but surprised. Harry's eyes snapped open. The cupboard door stood wide open, and framed in the doorway was the strangest person he'd ever seen. An ancient man with a flowing silver beard that reached his waist, dressed in midnight blue robes decorated with silver stars and moons that seemed to move by themselves. But it was his eyes that caught Harry's attention, bright blue and twinkling with a vitality that contradicted his apparent age. Hello, young Harry, the man said, crouching down to peer into the cupboard. It seems you've caused quite the temporal disturbance. Harry pressed himself against the wall, terrified. How do you know my name? Are you going to tell Uncle Vernon? The old man's eyes darkened momentarily. No, child. I am most certainly not going to tell that person anything. He extended a hand. My name is Merlin. Yes, that Merlin, though I suspect you haven't heard the stories yet. And I believe you and I have much to discuss. Harry stared at the hand, then back at the man's face. Merlin. Like the wizard from the stories. But magic isn't real. Uncle Vernon says, your Uncle Vernon, Merlin interrupted gently, is wrong about a great many things. Magic is very real, Harry. And you have it in abundance. He gestured to the golden object still clutched in Harry's hand. That's a time turner you're holding. A magical device for traveling through time. Somehow, your natural magic has activated it in a most unusual way. Harry looked down at the object. I didn't steal it. It just appeared, I swear. I know, child. I know. Merlin's voice was soothing. What's happened is quite extraordinary. Your magic, in a moment of great need, has called across time itself. And I've answered. A loud thump sounded from upstairs, followed by Uncle Vernon's voice bellowing, boy. What's that noise? Merlin straightened up, his expression hardening. I think perhaps we should continue this conversation elsewhere. He offered his hand again. Come with me, Harry. I promise you'll be safe. Heavy footsteps thundered on the stairs. Harry looked at Merlin's outstretched hand, then at the stairs where his uncle's legs were already visible. Will I have to come back here? Harry asked, his voice small. Not if you don't wish to. That was all Harry needed to hear. He grabbed Merlin's hand just as Uncle Vernon reached the bottom of the stairs. Who the bloody hell are? Vernon's face purpled with rage. Merlin merely raised an eyebrow, waved his other hand casually, and Vernon Dursley froze mid-shout, his face locked in an expression of outrage. Time is a funny thing, Harry, Merlin said conversationally, as if freezing people in place was perfectly normal. For them, we'll have never been here. For us. He smiled. Well, that's about to get interesting. With a gentle tug on Harry's hand, the world around them blurred and dissolved into swirling colors. Harry felt a strange pulling sensation behind his navel, like being hooked and yanked forward. Then came the rushing sensation, wind howling in his ears as they traveled through what seemed like a tunnel of light and shadow. When the world stopped spinning, they stood in a vast circular chamber with high stone walls covered in strange symbols. A domed ceiling overhead showed what looked like the night sky, but not like any sky Harry had ever seen. Multiple moons of different sizes hung among unfamiliar constellations. Welcome, Merlin said, releasing Harry's hand, to my sanctuary. We are, for lack of a better explanation, outside of normal time. Harry swayed on his feet, overwhelmed. I don't understand. Am I dreaming? No, child. This is very real. Merlin guided Harry to a comfortable-looking chair that seemed to appear out of nowhere. You are a wizard, Harry. Born of wizarding parents. And you have just performed extraordinarily powerful magic, even if accidentally. Harry sank into the chair, feeling its softness envelop him. My parents, they had magic too. But Aunt Petunia said they died in a car crash because my dad was drunk. Anger flashed in Merlin's eyes. Another lie. Your parents, Lily and James Potter, were murdered by a dark wizard called Voldemort. They died protecting you. Murdered? But why? A prophecy. A prediction that you would be the one with the power to defeat this dark wizard. Merlin sighed deeply. You were marked for greatness before you were born, Harry. That scar on your forehead? It's where Voldemort's killing curse struck you but failed to kill you, the only person ever to survive it. Harry's small hand reached up to touch the lightning-shaped scar he'd had for as long as he could remember. So that's why the Dursleys call me a freak. Because I'm a wizard. They fear what they don't understand, Merlin replied, conjuring a small table laden with food. But right now, I think you need to eat. We can talk more afterward. Harry's eyes widened at the spread before him, sandwiches, fruit, cakes, and a steaming mug of something that smelled like chocolate. His stomach growled loudly. Go on, Merlin encouraged. It's all for you. Harry didn't need to be told twice. He grabbed a sandwich and bit into it, nearly crying at how good it tasted after days of near starvation. Between hungry bites, he kept glancing at Merlin, afraid the old wizard would disappear and he'd wake up back in his cupboard. I'm real, Harry, Merlin said, seeming to read his thoughts. And I'm not going anywhere. After Harry had eaten his fill, more food than he'd ever been allowed at the Dursleys, he sat back, feeling full and drowsy. The time turner you activated has created a unique situation, Merlin explained, picking up the golden device that had somehow traveled with them. You've opened a pathway between your time and mine, or rather, my existence outside of conventional time. I don't understand, Harry admitted. Think of time as a river, Merlin said. Most people float along with the current, from birth to death. Some wizards, with devices like this time turner, can swim a short distance upstream or downstream, but always return to their place in the flow. I, however, stepped out of the river entirely long ago. I exist on the riverbank, able to observe but separate. He turned the time turner over in his hands. What you've done, through sheer magical power and desperate need, is reach from your place in the river all the way to the bank where I stand. Extraordinary. But why did you answer? Why me? Merlin's eyes twinkled. Because I've been watching you, Harry Potter. I've seen what was, what is, and what may be. And I believe you need a teacher. A teacher? For magic. Precisely. You were meant to learn about your heritage when you turned 11, then attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. But circumstances have changed. Merlin leaned forward. Time works differently here. I could train you, prepare you for the challenges ahead, and return you to your time with no one the wiser. Harry frowned. But won't people notice if I disappear? As I said, time is a funny thing. We can return you to almost the exact moment you left. From their perspective, you'll never have been gone. Merlin stroked his beard thoughtfully. Though you will be, changed. Changed how? Knowledge changes us, Harry. Power changes us. And you will have both in abundance if you accept my training. Harry thought about the Dursleys, about the cupboard under the stairs, about years of being called freak and boy instead of his name. Then he thought about magic, about his parents who had been magical too, about this strange, kind wizard offering him escape. Yes, Harry said firmly. I want to learn. Merlin smiled. Excellent. We'll begin tomorrow, after you've had a proper night's rest. With a wave of his hand, the stone chamber transformed. One section now contained a four-poster bed with deep red hangings, a wardrobe, and a small bookshelf. Another area held what looked like training equipment, strange instruments Harry didn't recognize. A third space contained a bubbling cauldron, shelves of bottles, and what appeared to be a workbench. This will be your home for quite some time, Harry, Merlin said. Let me show you around. The following morning, though Harry wasn't entirely sure if morning was the right word in a place outside normal time, he woke in the most comfortable bed he'd ever slept in. For a moment, he feared it had all been a dream, but then he saw the stone walls, the strange ceiling with its alien sky, and knew it was real. Ah, you're awake, Merlin said, appearing from behind a bookshelf Harry hadn't noticed before. How did you sleep? Better than ever, Harry admitted, climbing out of bed. He noticed he was wearing pajamas now, soft blue ones that actually fit him, unlike Dudley's hand-me-downs. Excellent. I've prepared breakfast. Merlin gestured to a small table now set with eggs, bacon, toast, and fruit. After you eat, we'll begin your first lesson. Over breakfast, Merlin explained how their training would proceed. Magic comes in many forms, Harry. There's wand work, potions, runes, arithmancy, mind magic, and more. We'll start with the basics, understanding and controlling your innate magical core. My magical core. The source of your power, within you. Merlin placed a hand over his heart. All wizards and witches have one, but few truly learn to access it directly. Most use wands as focal points, tools to direct and control magic. After breakfast, Merlin led Harry to an open area of the chamber where a circle had been drawn on the stone floor with glowing chalk. Sit in the center, Merlin instructed. Cross-legged, back straight. Harry did as he was told, feeling slightly nervous. Close your eyes. Merlin's voice was soft but firm. Breathe deeply. In through your nose, out through your mouth. With each breath, try to feel the energy within you. Harry tried, but all he felt was his own heartbeat and a slight cramp in his leg from sitting still too long. I can't feel anything, he admitted after several minutes. That's all right. It takes practice. Merlin knelt beside him, placing a weathered hand on Harry's shoulder. Let me help. A warm sensation spread from Merlin's hand through Harry's body, like sunlight flowing through his veins. Suddenly, he could feel it, a glowing pool of energy in his center, pulsing with his heartbeat. That's it, Merlin whispered. That's your magic. Feel how it moves with your emotions, your breath. Harry's eyes flew open in surprise, breaking the connection. I felt it. It was like warm light inside me. Merlin smiled. Well done. Most wizards twice your age struggle with this exercise. Now, let's try again, but this time, see if you can reach for that energy yourself. They spent hours practicing, Harry gradually learning to sense his magical core without Merlin's help. By the end of the session, he could not only feel it but make it expand and contract slightly with his breath. That's enough for today, Merlin said finally. Your magical reserves are still developing, and we don't want to exhaust them. Harry nodded, surprised to find himself tired yet exhilarated. When will I learn actual spells? Soon enough. But understanding your core is the foundation of all magic. Master this, and everything else will come more easily. Over the next several weeks, though time felt increasingly meaningless in Merlin's sanctuary, Harry settled into a routine. Mornings were spent on core exercises, learning to direct his magical energy in increasingly complex ways. Afternoons focused on theory, the history of magic, the principles behind different branches of magic, and the structure of the wizarding world he'd eventually return to. The wizarding world is hidden from non-magical people, muggles, they're called, Merlin explained during one afternoon lesson. They have their own government, the Ministry of Magic, their own laws, even their own currency. Harry, who now sat attentively at a study table instead of fidgeting as he had in the beginning, absorbed everything eagerly. And my parents? What were they like? Merlin conjured images in the air, a handsome man with untidy black hair and glasses, and a beautiful woman with bright green eyes like Harry's own. James Potter came from an old wizarding family. Talented, especially at transfiguration, the art of changing one thing into another. And quite the troublemaker at school. Merlin's eyes twinkled. Lily Evans was Muggle-born, magical parents born to non-magical parents. Brilliant at charms and potions. They were both brave, both members of the Order of the Phoenix that fought against Voldemort. Harry reached out toward the images, his fingers passing through the magical projections. I look like my dad. But I have my mom's eyes. Indeed you do. And I suspect you've inherited talents from both of them. As days turned into weeks and weeks into months, Harry's abilities grew. By what might have been his 6th birthday in the outside world, he could consistently feel his magical core and direct small amounts of energy to his fingertips, creating tiny lights or slight breezes. I'm doing magic, he exclaimed the first time he successfully levitated a feather without a wand, using only his focused magical energy. Indeed you are, Merlin said proudly. And without a wand, which is quite advanced. Why do wizards use wands if they can do magic without them? Convenience and control, Merlin explained. Wands channel magic efficiently, requiring less concentration and power. Wandless magic is possible but difficult for most, it requires intimate knowledge of your magical core and exceptional control. Harry frowned. Then why am I learning it first? Because you're in a unique position. Most young wizards learn to rely on their wands from the beginning, never fully understanding their own magical nature. By teaching you wandless magic first, you'll develop a deeper connection to your magic. When you eventually use a wand, you'll understand exactly what you're doing, not just how to do it. That made sense to Harry, who was growing to appreciate Merlin's thoughtful teaching methods. Unlike the teachers at his Muggle school who had either ignored him or treated him with suspicion, Merlin was patient, encouraging, and genuinely excited about Harry's progress. One evening, as they sat before a fire Merlin had conjured, despite the chamber needing no heating, Harry asked a question that had been bothering him. Merlin, what happened to Voldemort after he killed my parents and tried to kill me? Merlin sighed deeply. He was defeated, not killed, but reduced to a shadow of himself. Your mother's sacrifice created a powerful protection through her love. When Voldemort tried to kill you, the curse rebounded, destroying his body and leaving you with only that scar. So he's gone. Not entirely. His spirit survives, weakened and formless, but waiting for a chance to return. Merlin's expression grew serious. That is part of why I'm training you, Harry. According to the prophecy, you are the one with the power to defeat him permanently. Harry swallowed hard. Me? But I'm just. I mean, I'm learning, but how could I defeat a powerful dark wizard? With preparation, knowledge, and support. Merlin placed a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder. You won't face him tomorrow, or the next day. But someday, you will. And my job is to make sure you're ready when that day comes. Harry nodded slowly, feeling both frightened and oddly determined. Then we better keep training. As time continued to pass strangely in the sanctuary, Harry grew both in stature and magical ability. What might have been years in the outside world flowed by, filled with increasingly advanced lessons. Merlin proved to be a demanding but fair teacher. When Harry mastered one skill, they immediately moved on to the next. When he struggled, Merlin provided new approaches rather than simply repeating the same instructions. Magic responds to intent and understanding, Merlin often said. There are many paths to the same destination. By the time Harry appeared to be about 7 years old, he could consistently perform basic spells wandlessly, levitation, simple transformations, minor charms. His magical core had grown stronger, allowing him to channel more power for longer periods. It was around this time that Merlin introduced him to another aspect of magic entirely. Today, Merlin announced one morning, we begin your training in occlumency. Occlumency? Harry repeated, unfamiliar with the term. The magical defense of the mind against external penetration. It seals your thoughts, memories, and feelings from magical intrusion. Merlin settled into a meditative posture, indicating Harry should do the same. It is, perhaps, the most important skill I will teach you. Can people read minds with magic? Harry asked, alarmed at the thought. It's called legilimency, and yes, some wizards can. Voldemort is particularly skilled at it. Merlin's expression grew grave. Without occlumency shields, your mind would be an open book to him. The training proved challenging. Unlike channeling his magical core, which had come relatively easily to Harry, organizing and protecting his mind required a different kind of discipline. Imagine your mind as a vast landscape, Merlin instructed. Begin by knowing every hill, every valley, every stream. Then learn to disguise them, to create false paths and hidden shelters for your most important thoughts. Weeks of frustrating attempts followed, with Harry struggling to maintain even the most basic mental structure. But gradually, with Merlin's guidance, he began to build a mental landscape, a forest much like the one visible from the playground near the Dursleys' house, but with hidden caves and underground passages where he could store sensitive memories. Better, Merlin said after one particularly successful session. I can still break through with force, but you'd know I was there, which is half the battle. As Harry approached what would have been his 8th birthday, a disturbing incident occurred that underscored the importance of his training. They had been working on more advanced wandless magic, Harry learning to manipulate water, creating small fountains and swirls in a basin Merlin had conjured, when suddenly the water turned black and began to bubble violently. Harry jumped back. I didn't do that. Merlin's face darkened. No, you didn't. He waved his hand over the basin, and the water cleared momentarily before darkening again. Something is attempting to breach my sanctuary. The walls of the chamber seemed to shudder, and for a brief instant, the multiple moons overhead flickered like faulty light bulbs. What's happening? Harry asked, fear evident in his voice. Your arrival created ripples in the time stream, Merlin explained, moving quickly around the chamber, touching specific symbols on the walls that began to glow in response. It appears those ripples have attracted attention. The darkness from the water basin began to spread, seeping across the floor like spilled ink. Where it touched, the stone seemed to age rapidly, developing cracks and a patina of ancient dust. Harry, come here, Merlin commanded, drawing a complex symbol in the air that burst into golden flame. Stand within this circle. Harry obeyed, stepping into the burning golden circle that didn't burn at all when he crossed its boundary. From this protected position, he watched as Merlin faced the spreading darkness. "You are not welcome here, Kronos," Merlin spoke, his voice deeper and more powerful than Harry had ever heard it. "Return to the void between moments." The darkness coalesced, forming a vaguely humanoid shape with limbs that seemed too long, too fluid to be natural. When it spoke, the voice sounded like crumbling parchment. "The boy creates disturbance. Time fractures around him. He belongs nowhere." "He belongs where I say he belongs," Merlin countered, raising both hands. Light streamed from his palms, pushing back the darkness. "This sanctuary exists outside your domain." "Nothing exists outside my domain, Old One," the shape hissed. "Time touches all. Even you." Harry felt a cold presence brush against his mind, not like Merlin's careful probing during a clemency training, but like icy fingers trying to tear their way in. Instinctively, he retreated into his mental forest, hiding his consciousness in one of the caves he'd created. The presence followed, black tendrils seeping through the trees of his mental landscape. Harry ran deeper into the cave, throwing up walls and barriers as he'd been taught. Outside, in the physical world, Merlin continued his battle with the entity called Kronos. Streams of golden light collided with the darkness, creating strange distortions where they met, areas where time seemed to run backward or sideways, objects aging to dust and then reforming in the blink of an eye. "You cannot have him," Merlin declared, the symbols on his robes now glowing with the same intensity as his spell. "He is under my protection. He disturbs the weave," Kronos insisted, its form growing larger. "The pattern phrase where he walks. He must return to his proper stream or be removed entirely." In his mental hideaway, Harry felt the cold presence getting closer. Panic threatened to overwhelm him, then he remembered Merlin's lessons. Fear was natural, but giving in to it was a choice. Instead of running further, he stopped, turned, and gathered his magical energy. As the dark tendrils reached the entrance of his mental cave, Harry released a pulse of pure magical intent, not an attack, but a statement of existence. "I am here. This is mine." The tendrils recoiled momentarily, surprised by the resistance. Harry pressed his advantage, moving forward through his mental landscape, reinforcing boundaries and reclaiming territory. In the chamber, the battle between Merlin and Kronos reached its climax. Merlin had drawn a complex array of symbols in the air that now orbited him like planets around a sun, each one blazing with power. By the ancient accord between the powers, Merlin intoned, "I bind you from this place. By the right of sanctuary, I exclude you from this domain. By the duty of guardianship, I protect what is mine." With each declaration, one of the orbiting symbols shot forward, embedding itself in the darkness. Kronos shrieked, a sound like tearing fabric, as the symbols burned through its form. "You delay the inevitable," Kronos warned, already beginning to dissipate. "The boy cannot remain out of time forever. And when he returns to the flow, I will be waiting." With a final surge of power from Merlin, the entity vanished completely. The darkness receded, the stone floor returned to normal, and the multiple moons overhead stabilized. Merlin turned to Harry, his face showing exhaustion but relief. "You can come out now. It's gone." Harry stepped out of the golden circle, which faded as he crossed its boundary. What was that thing? Kronos is, a guardian of sorts. Or perhaps, enforcer, is a better term. Merlin sank into a chair that materialized behind him. Time has its own rules, its own protections against paradox and disruption. Entities like Kronos maintain those rules. And I broke them. Not intentionally, Merlin assured him. But your arrival here, a wizard from one time reaching into another through pure, unstructured magical power, created disturbances that Kronos cannot ignore. Harry chewed his lip nervously. Will it come back? Eventually, yes. Merlin's honesty was something Harry had always appreciated, even when the truth was frightening. I've reinforced the sanctuary's barriers, but Kronos is persistent. It exists to preserve the integrity of time itself. What happens if it catches me? Merlin's expression grew grave. Best not to find out. That night, as Harry lay in bed, he found sleep elusive. The encounter with Kronos had shaken him more than he wanted to admit. The entity's words kept echoing in his mind, "He belongs nowhere." Was that true? Had his accidental magic with the time turner somehow made him an outcast from time itself? And what did that mean for his future? Just as these thoughts threatened to overwhelm him, a soft glow filled the room. Merlin stood in the doorway, his silver beard and hair gleaming in the magical light he carried. "Troubled thoughts make for troubled sleep," the old wizard observed, approaching Harry's bed. Harry sat up. "I was just thinking about what Kronos said." "Ah." Merlin conjured a chair and sat beside the bed. "You're wondering if it was right, if you truly belong nowhere." Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. "Let me tell you something about belonging, Harry." Merlin's voice was gentle. "It is not determined by time or place, but by connection. By purpose. By love." He reached out, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. "You belong wherever you choose to make connections. Wherever you find purpose. Wherever you give and receive love." But Kronos said, "Kronos sees only the mechanical workings of time, not the purpose behind them." Merlin smiled. "It's like a clock that can tell you the hours and minutes but knows nothing of why we measure time in the first place." Harry considered this. "So even if I'm disrupting time somehow, it doesn't mean I don't belong." "Precisely." Merlin's eyes twinkled. "Besides, disruption isn't always bad. Sometimes it's exactly what's needed." With those comforting words, Harry finally managed to sleep, his dreams free from the shadowy presence of Kronos. The following day, Merlin adjusted their training schedule. "After yesterday's events, it's clear we need to accelerate certain aspects of your education." "Like what?" Harry asked, still feeling a bit shaken but determined to move forward. "Protective magic. Defensive spells. And more advanced occlumency." Merlin's expression was serious. "If Kronos returns, when it returns, you must be better prepared to shield your mind." The new training regimen was grueling. Morning still focused on core magic and wandless abilities, but now included shielding spells that required precise control. Afternoons delved deeper into occlumency, with Merlin mounting increasingly complex attacks on Harry's mental defenses. "Don't just hide," Merlin advised after breaking through Harry's forest sanctuary yet again. "Misdirect. Create false memories, false emotions. Make me believe I've found what I'm looking for when I haven't." Slowly, Harry improved. His mental landscape grew more complex, not just the forest now, but a replica of Merlin's entire sanctuary, with countless rooms and passages where he could conceal his true thoughts. He learned to project false memories, to create emotional screens that would satisfy casual mental intrusion. Physical defensive magic proved equally challenging. Without a wand to focus his power, Harry had to use pure will and precise energy control to create shields and wards. "Visualize the protection," Merlin instructed, preparing to throw a mild stinging hex at Harry. "Feel it forming around you, solid and impenetrable." After many painful failures, Harry's arms and legs covered in red welts from hexes that broke through his inadequate shields, something clicked. As Merlin cast the hex, Harry didn't just visualize a shield, he felt his magic extend outward, creating a bubble of protection that the spell bounced off harmlessly. "Excellent!" Merlin exclaimed. "Now maintain it while I increase the power." The training sessions grew more intense as Harry's abilities developed. What might have been his 9th birthday in the outside world passed with little acknowledgement. Time had become so fluid in the sanctuary that such markers seemed increasingly meaningless. One day, during a particularly demanding shield practice, Harry not only deflected Merlin's spell but somehow reflected it back, causing the old wizard's beard to turn bright pink. They both froze in surprise, then Merlin burst into laughter. I haven't been caught by a reflection like that in centuries. Well done, Harry. Harry grinned, pleased with the unexpected result. I didn't know I could do that. Neither did I. Merlin restored his beard with a casual wave, still chuckling. Your magic continues to surprise me. Most reflective shields require specific enchantments, yet you managed it instinctively. These moments of breakthrough became more frequent as Harry's training progressed. He developed an affinity for certain types of magic, protective spells, illusions, and especially magic related to movement and transportation. Not surprising, Merlin commented after Harry successfully teleported himself from one side of the chamber to the other, a feat similar to apparition but performed through pure magical will rather than the standard technique. Your first major magical act involved time-space manipulation. It makes sense that such magic would come naturally to you. Despite these successes, the shadow of Kronos loomed over their sanctuary. Twice more the entity attempted to breach Merlin's defenses, each time repelled but each attack stronger than the last. After the third incursion, Merlin sat Harry down for a serious conversation. We need to discuss your future, the old wizard said, his expression grave. Your training progresses well, but our time here is not unlimited. Harry nodded, sensing the weight behind Merlin's words. Because of Kronos? Partly. Each time it attacks, the barriers weaken slightly. Eventually, it will break through. Merlin stroked his beard thoughtfully. But there's more. You have a destiny in your own time, Harry. A purpose that can't be fulfilled while you remain here. You mean defeating Voldemort? Yes. Merlin sighed deeply. The prophecy that marked you as his equal still holds. Sooner or later, you must return to face him. Harry felt a knot of anxiety form in his stomach. Despite years of training, the thought of confronting the dark wizard who had murdered his parents filled him with dread. When? He asked simply. Not yet, Merlin assured him. You still have much to learn. But we should begin preparing for that eventuality. The preparation involved a shift in their training. While Harry continued to develop his magical abilities, Merlin now included lessons on the recent history of the wizarding world, the rise of Voldemort, and the politics Harry would face upon his return. The wizarding world is not united, Merlin explained. There are factions, those who supported Voldemort openly or secretly, those who opposed him, and many who simply tried to stay neutral. Understanding these dynamics will be crucial. Harry absorbed these lessons eagerly, building a mental map of the world he would eventually return to. He learned about the Ministry of Magic, Hogwarts and its 4 houses, the old wizarding families, and the growing tensions between magical and non-magical societies. Knowledge is power, Merlin often reminded him. Not just magical knowledge, but understanding of people, of systems, of histories. As what might have been Harry's 10th birthday approached, Merlin introduced another aspect to their training, wand work. While wandless magic gives you flexibility, Merlin explained, presenting Harry with a wand of pale wood, a wand gives you precision and amplification. You'll need both. The wand, ash with a phoenix feather core, Merlin explained, felt warm in Harry's hand, almost eager. It's not your permanent wand, Merlin cautioned. That you will need to find when you return. But this will serve for training purposes. Learning magic with a wand after years of wandless practice was like switching from painting with fingers to using a fine brush. Harry found he could channel more power with less effort, but controlling that power required new techniques. Don't rely on the wand, Merlin warned after Harry accidentally set fire to a practice dummy with an overpowered cutting charm. It's a tool, not a crutch. Your intent and understanding remain the true source of your magic. The wand training progressed rapidly, with Harry adapting his wandless knowledge to this new focal point. Spells that had required intense concentration before now came easily, leaving him free to focus on refinement and nuance. One evening, as they sat reviewing the day's lessons, Harry broached a subject that had been on his mind. Merlin, when I go back, will I remember all this? Will I remember you? The old wizard's expression softened. Yes, Harry. Your memories will remain intact, though I would advise keeping our time together private. Few would understand, and knowledge of future events can be dangerous. Harry nodded, relieved. The thought of forgetting Merlin, who had become more of a father to him than anyone else in his life, was unbearable. And will you still be there? In some way? If I needed you? Merlin's eyes grew sad. I cannot return with you, if that's what you're asking. My presence in your timeline would create far greater disruptions than yours here has done. Kronos would not be so easily repelled. Seeing Harry's disappointment, he continued, but there are ways I can prepare you, provide guidance that will remain after we part. From that day forward, Merlin began creating what he called memory crystals, small, gem-like objects that stored specific lessons, advice, and information Harry might need in the future. Focus your thoughts on the crystal, Merlin demonstrated, holding a clear quartz that gradually took on a blue glow. When you need the information contained within, hold it and direct your magic into it. The knowledge will flow into your mind as if you just remembered it. Harry practiced with the crystals, learning to both store and retrieve information. They created dozens, each labeled and organized in a small wooden box Merlin conjured specifically for the purpose. These will be your reference library, Merlin explained. More discreet than books, more reliable than memory alone. As their time together continued, Harry's abilities reached levels that would have astonished most adult wizards in his home timeline. He could perform complex wandless magic, maintain near-impenetrable occlumency shields, and cast most standard spells with a wand at mastery level. But more than magical skills, Harry had developed a confidence and inner strength that transformed him from the frightened boy in the cupboard to a young wizard ready to face his destiny. This transformation was put to the test when, shortly before what would have been Harry's 11th birthday, Kronos launched its most determined attack yet. It began during a complex transfiguration exercise, with Harry attempting to transform a table into a living creature, a challenging feat even for experienced wizards. As the table's legs began to reshape into those of a dog, the air in the sanctuary suddenly grew heavy, like the pressure before a thunderstorm. Merlin, Harry started, but the old wizard was already moving, his hands weaving complex patterns that reinforced the sanctuary's barriers. Prepare yourself, Merlin commanded, his voice tense. This is stronger than before. Darkness seeped through the walls, not just in one place but everywhere at once, as if the very boundaries of the sanctuary were dissolving. Harry dropped the half-transformed table and moved to Merlin's side, his wand ready, his mind already retreating behind occlumency shields. Time fractures, boomed Kronos' voice, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere. The anomaly must end. The darkness coalesced, forming not one but multiple shadowy figures that surrounded them. Each had the same elongated limbs and fluid movement that Harry remembered, but now they appeared more solid, more present. You've grown bolder, Kronos, Merlin observed, positioning himself back-to-back with Harry. Or more desperate. The pattern unravels, the entities replied in unison. The boy's presence creates widening ripples. All timelines affected. All futures altered. Harry felt cold dread settle in his stomach. Had his presence here really caused such widespread disruption? Stand firm, Merlin murmured to Harry. Remember your training. The shadow entities attacked simultaneously, tendrils of darkness lashing out like whips. Harry reacted instinctively, casting a shield charm with his wand while simultaneously extending his wandless magic to reinforce it. The tendrils struck the shield and recoiled, unable to penetrate the layered protection. But they quickly regrouped, probing for weaknesses. Behind him, Harry could feel Merlin engaged in a more complex battle, not just defending, but weaving spells that reinforced the sanctuary itself, preventing Kronos from simply dissolving the space around them. One tendril found a weak point in Harry's shield and slipped through, wrapping around his ankle. Instantly, he felt a strange sensation, like being pulled in multiple directions at once, as if parts of him were being stretched across different moments in time. "Focus, Harry," Merlin called, sensing his distress. "You are more than your physical form. You are your magic, your will, your intent." Drawing on his training, Harry directed his magic downward, severing the tendril's grip on his ankle. The fragmented darkness writhed on the floor before rejoining the main mass. The battle continued, with Harry and Merlin defending against increasingly creative attacks. Kronos tried to age the floor beneath them to dust, to accelerate time within their bodies, to fragment their consciousness across multiple possible timelines. Each attack required different countermeasures, forcing Harry to draw on everything he had learned. His wandless magic deflected temporal distortions, his wand created shields against direct attacks, and his occlumency protected his mind from fragmentation. "We cannot win through defense alone," Merlin said during a brief lull. "We must force Kronos to retreat." "How?" Harry asked, breathing heavily from the exertion of maintaining multiple types of magic simultaneously. "Together." Merlin placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Channel your magic through me, and I through you. A combined force it cannot withstand." Harry nodded, understanding what Merlin proposed. They had practiced combined casting before, though never under such pressure. Standing side by side, wand hands extended, they began. Harry felt his magical core connect with Merlin's, an ancient, vast reservoir of power that made his own seem like a puddle beside an ocean. But rather than overwhelming him, Merlin's magic complemented his, the two energies resonating in harmony. "Now," Merlin intoned, "we unbind time to bind time's guardian." They cast simultaneously, their spells merging into a wave of golden light that expanded outward in all directions. Where it touched the shadow entities, they seemed to unravel, their substance pulled apart into threads that dissolved into the air. "You cannot escape the inevitable," Kronos warned as its forms dissipated. "The boy must return. Balance must be restored." With a final surge of combined power from Harry and Merlin, the remaining shadows vanished completely. The pressure in the air lifted, and the sanctuary's boundaries solidified once more. Harry slumped forward, exhausted. Merlin caught him, looking nearly as drained. "Well done," the old wizard said proudly. "Few could have withstood Kronos as you did." "But it's right, isn't it?" Harry asked once he had caught his breath. "I can't stay here forever." Merlin's expression grew solemn. "No, you cannot. And after this attack, I fear our time grows short." "How short?" "Days, perhaps. Maybe weeks if we're fortunate." Merlin guided Harry to a chair. "We must accelerate our final preparations." The following days were intense, focused on consolidating Harry's knowledge and preparing for his return. Merlin created more memory crystals, containing not just information but complex spell instructions, strategic advice, and personal messages Harry could access when needed. They also discussed practical matters, how Harry would explain his sudden knowledge and abilities, how to navigate his re-entry into the wizarding world, and contingency plans for various scenarios he might face. "The Hogwarts letter will arrive around your 11th birthday," Merlin explained. "That provides a natural transition point. I can return you to just before then, giving you time to adjust before you must interact with the wider wizarding community." Harry nodded, trying to imagine returning to the Dursleys after all this time. The thought was deeply unpleasant, even with his new abilities. "What about the Dursleys? Won't they notice I'm different?" Merlin's eyes twinkled mischievously. "I believe we can arrange a suitable adjustment to their perceptions. Nothing harmful, but enough to ensure they leave you be." As they finalized their plans, Harry felt a growing mixture of anticipation and dread. He was eager to begin his true journey, to experience the wizarding world firsthand rather than through Merlin's teachings. But leaving the sanctuary, leaving Merlin, would be the hardest thing he had ever done. On what they determined would be their final evening together, they sat before the conjured fire, reminiscing about Harry's training and speculating about his future. You've come further than I could have hoped, Merlin said warmly. Not just in magical ability, but in character and understanding. You are ready, Harry. I don't feel ready, Harry admitted. There's still so much I don't know. That is wisdom in itself, recognizing what you don't know. Merlin smiled. Remember, your greatest strength isn't your magic, formidable though it is. It's your heart, your capacity for compassion even in the face of darkness. Harry nodded, throat tight with emotion. I'll miss you. And I you, my boy. Merlin placed a weathered hand on Harry's shoulder. But part of me will always be with you, in what I've taught you, in how you see the world. The next morning, they made their final preparations. Harry packed the box of memory crystals, a few books Merlin insisted would be untraceable in his timeline, and several small magical tools they had created together. The time turner that brought you here, Merlin said, producing the golden device that had started everything, will take you back. I've modified it to return you precisely when and where you need to be. Harry took the time turner, feeling its weight, physical and metaphorical, in his palm. Will it look like I've aged? I'm not 5 anymore. Time is more flexible than most realize, Merlin explained. Your physical appearance will adjust to match what would be expected in your timeline. The changes in your magical core and mind, however, will remain. As Harry prepared to activate the time turner, Merlin raised a hand in farewell. Remember everything I've taught you, but trust also what you've yet to learn. The greatest adventures still await you, Harry Potter. Harry nodded, fighting back tears. Thank you, for everything. No thanks needed. It has been my honor to teach you. Merlin's eyes twinkled one last time. Now go change the world, my boy. With a deep breath, Harry turned the time turner. The hourglass began to spin, slowly at first, then faster and faster. Golden light enveloped him, and he felt the now familiar pulling sensation behind his navel. As the sanctuary dissolved around him, Harry caught one final glimpse of Merlin raising his hand in farewell. Then everything became a blur of light and motion as time itself unwound and rewound around him. When the world stopped spinning, Harry found himself standing in the familiar confines of the cupboard under the stairs at 4, Privet Drive. But something was different, the space seemed smaller than he remembered, and morning light streamed through the slats in the door. He looked down at himself, noting the oversized clothes that had once belonged to Dudley, but now his body appeared to be that of a nearly 11-year-old boy, exactly as he should be in this timeline. A sharp rap on the cupboard door startled him. Up. Get up. Now, came Aunt Petunia's shrill voice. Harry smiled to himself. He was back where his journey had begun, but he was not the same frightened child who had left. He had been trained by Merlin himself, and he was ready for whatever came next. Coming, Aunt Petunia, he called, his voice steady and confident. His true adventure was just beginning. Chapter 2, Forging the Mage. Harry's first week back with the Dursleys felt like living a bizarre play where only he knew the script had changed. On the surface, everything looked the same, Aunt Petunia's pinched face when she looked at him, Uncle Vernon's purple-faced rants about freakishness, and Dudley's constant bullying attempts. But underneath, everything was different. For starters, Harry now understood exactly what was happening when Aunt Petunia flinched at his casual gestures. She feared accidental magic. Every time Uncle Vernon started ranting about your kind, Harry had to hide his smile, knowing exactly which kind his uncle meant. And Dudley? Well, the first time his cousin tried to shove him against a wall, Harry had simply sidestepped with the fluid grace Merlin had drilled into him through countless reflex exercises. The look of confusion on Dudley's face had been priceless. How'd you do that? Dudley had demanded, his small eyes narrowed suspiciously. Harry had just shrugged. Do what? That was the pattern now, Harry moving through his old life like a ghost, present but untouchable. The Dursleys sensed something had changed but couldn't quite figure out what. The adjustment to their perceptions Merlin had arranged meant they felt vaguely uneasy around Harry, like they might feel around a wild animal that wasn't actively threatening but definitely wasn't tame either. On his third night back, Harry sat cross-legged on his cot in the cupboard, eyes closed, maintaining his occlumency shields while simultaneously levitating small objects around him without a wand, a paperclip, a broken toy soldier, a dusty marble. The exercise kept his skills sharp and his mind focused. A spider crawled across the ceiling, pausing to watch the floating objects. Harry smiled, remembering how these spiders had once been his only companions. He gently lifted the arachnid with his magic too, giving it a little ride before setting it safely on a high corner web. "Much better view from up there," he whispered. The next morning, the daily routine was disrupted by the arrival of mail, specifically, a letter addressed to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Harry, already seated at the breakfast table, another change the Dursleys couldn't quite explain but had somehow accepted, watched calmly as Uncle Vernon distributed the mail. Bill, letter from Marge." Vernon muttered, then stopped dead when he saw Harry's letter. His face went from red to white faster than a traffic light. "Petunia," he choked. Harry extended his hand. "That's my letter, Uncle Vernon." The quiet authority in his voice made everyone at the table freeze. Vernon looked up, clutching the envelope so tightly his knuckles whitened. "How did you?" he began, then stopped, confusion clouding his features. Harry stood up, walked around the table, and gently but firmly took the envelope from his uncle's unresisting fingers. "Thank you." Then he sat back down and opened the letter as if nothing unusual had happened, while the Dursleys stared at him in stunned silence. Inside was exactly what Merlin had told him to expect, his Hogwarts acceptance letter, signed by Professor McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. The list of required supplies brought a smile to his face. He was actually going to experience the wizarding world firsthand now, not just through Merlin's teachings. "I've been accepted to a school," Harry announced calmly, folding the letter and tucking it into his pocket. "I'll be leaving September 1st. "What school would accept you?" Aunt Petunia snapped, though her voice lacked its usual venom. Her eyes darted nervously to the letter in Harry's pocket. "My parents' school," Harry replied simply. "They enrolled me at birth." The color drained from Petunia's face. "You know about them?" "I know everything, Aunt Petunia," Harry said quietly. "About my parents. About magic. About Voldemort." The kitchen temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. Vernon's face cycled through several colors, but remarkably, he remained silent. Dudley looked between his parents and Harry, clearly sensing something important was happening but not understanding what. "We swore when we took you in that we'd put a stop to that nonsense," Vernon finally managed, though his voice was oddly subdued. Harry nodded. "Yes, you did. But it didn't work, did it?" He held up his hand, allowing a small ball of light to form above his palm, nothing fancy, just a simple wandless lumos. "Magic isn't something you can stamp out. It's what I am." The Dursleys stared at the light, Petunia clutching her chest and Vernon gripping the table edge. Even Dudley's mouth fell open. "I'll need to visit London for my school supplies," Harry continued, extinguishing the light. "You don't have to take me. I can manage on my own." "How?" Vernon asked weakly. "You're just a boy." Harry smiled. "Magic, Uncle Vernon. Magic." The next morning, Harry left Privet Drive early, a small backpack containing the memory crystals and tools from Merlin over his shoulder. The Dursleys made no attempt to stop him, another benefit of Merlin's adjustment. They now felt an inexplicable certainty that interfering with Harry's activities would bring them nothing but trouble. Harry caught the train to London, looking to all appearances like a normal boy on a day trip. Inside, however, his mind was racing with excitement. After years of preparation with Merlin, he was finally going to Diagon Alley, the heart of wizarding London. Finding the leaky cauldron proved simple enough. Merlin's memory crystal on Navigating Wizarding Britain contained detailed instructions. To non-magical eyes, the pub was practically invisible, sandwiched between a bookshop and a record store, its facade dingy and unremarkable. But to Harry, it glowed with magical energy. He pushed open the door and stepped inside, immediately enveloped in the warm, slightly smoky atmosphere. Conversations hushed momentarily as several patrons glanced toward the door, then resumed when they saw only a young boy. Harry kept his fringe carefully arranged over his scar, no need to announce his presence just yet. The barkeeper, a bald, toothless man Harry recognized from Merlin's descriptions as Tom, looked up as Harry approached the counter. "Excuse me," Harry said politely. "I need to access Diagon Alley. I'm starting at Hogwarts this year." Tom smiled kindly. "First time, eh? Parents outside?" "They're dead," Harry replied matter-of-factly. "I'm managing on my own." Tom's smile faltered. "I'm sorry to hear that, lad. Come along then, I'll show you the way." He led Harry through the back of the pub to a small courtyard enclosed by a brick wall. Taking out his wand, Tom tapped a specific brick that Merlin had made Harry memorize. The wall reorganized itself, bricks sliding and folding away to create an archway that revealed the winding, cobblestone street of Diagon Alley beyond. "There you are," Tom said. "Gringotts is straight ahead, the big white building. You'll need money first, I expect." Harry nodded gratefully. "Thank you." Stepping through the archway, Harry finally beheld in person what he'd seen only in Merlin's magical projections, the bustling heart of magical commerce in Britain. The street twisted and turned, lined with shops selling everything from cauldrons to owls, robes to racing brooms. Witches and wizards in robes of various colors hurried about their business, some leading children who, like Harry, were clearly preparing for the upcoming school year. Following Tom's directions, Harry made his way to Gringotts, the wizarding bank run by goblins. The snowy white building towered over the neighboring shops, its burnished bronze doors guarded by uniformed goblins who gave Harry appraising looks as he passed. Inside, Harry approached a free goblin teller, speaking with the respect Merlin had emphasized was crucial when dealing with the proud banking race. "Good morning," he said with a slight bow. "I'd like to access my vault. My name is Harry Potter." The goblin peered down at him. "And does Mr. Harry Potter have his key?" This was a challenge Merlin had prepared him for. "No, but I believe Gringotts can verify my identity through blood confirmation, as is the right of any hereditary vault holder under goblin banking law." The goblin's eyebrows rose slightly, clearly surprised by this knowledge from someone so young. "Indeed. Follow me." Rather than the cart ride to the vaults Harry had expected, the goblin led him to a private office where an older, more elaborately dressed goblin waited. "Vault verification for Mr. Potter, account manager Nagnok," the first goblin announced before departing. Nagnok gestured to a chair across from his desk. "Sit, Mr. Potter. This is irregular. Most wizards arrive with their keys." "Most wizards have guardians who inform them of banking procedures," Harry replied evenly. "I've had to learn some things for myself." Something that might have been approval flickered across Nagnok's face. "Indeed. Well then." He produced a small, shallow stone bowl and a ceremonial dagger. 3 drops of blood in the bowl will confirm your identity and your right to access the Potter vaults." Harry took the dagger without hesitation, pricking his finger and allowing exactly 3 drops of blood to fall into the bowl. The blood spread across the stone surface, forming what looked like a family crest, a shield with a stag and lily design. Nagnok nodded. "Identity confirmed. Welcome to Gringotts, Heir Potter." He opened a drawer and removed a small golden key. "Your trust vault key. I recommend keeping it secure at all times." "Thank you, account manager Nagnok," Harry replied, accepting the key. "Is there a way I can learn more about my family's accounts? I believe I'll come into fuller inheritance at 17, but I'd like to understand what that entails." Again, that flicker of approval. Most unusual for one so young to take interest in financial matters. I can prepare a basic portfolio summary, though full details will only be available when you reach majority. That would be most appreciated. After reviewing the summary, which confirmed the considerable wealth his parents had left him, Harry withdrew enough galleons, sickles, and nuts for his school supplies and a few extras. The ride in the goblin cart down to his vault was exhilarating, reminding him of Merlin's lessons on experiencing magic with joy rather than taking it for granted. Back in the alley, Harry consulted his Hogwarts supply list and decided to start with the most important item, his wand. Ollivander's was exactly as Merlin had described it, narrow, shabby, with a single wand on a faded purple cushion in the window. The shop exuded an ancient magical energy that Harry's trained senses could detect even from the street. A bell tinkled as he entered the dusty shop. The silence inside felt charged, as if the very air was waiting for something to happen. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice. Harry didn't jump, his training with Merlin had cured him of being easily startled, but he did turn calmly to face the old man who had appeared between the towering shelves of wand boxes. "Hello, Mr. Ollivander," Harry replied. "I've come for my first wand." Ollivander's pale, moon-like eyes widened slightly. "Ah, yes. I thought I'd be seeing you soon, Harry Potter." "It wasn't a question. You have your mother's eyes. It seems only yesterday she was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice for charm work." The wand maker moved closer, studying Harry with an intensity that would have unnerved most children. "Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. Excellent for transfiguration." Harry maintained eye contact, feeling Ollivander's subtle attempt to read him, not legilimency exactly, but a wand-maker's assessment that went deeper than physical appearance. "You're an unusual customer, Mr. Potter," Ollivander said suddenly. "I sense complexity in your magic. Most interesting." He began taking down boxes, presenting wand after wand for Harry to try. Unlike most first-time customers, Harry didn't wave them wildly, he held each one carefully, extending his magical senses as Merlin had taught him, feeling for that connection Merlin had described. After nearly 20 wands, Ollivander became more excited rather than frustrated. "Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match here somewhere." He disappeared into the back of the shop, returning with a dusty box he regarded with a mixture of reverence and caution. "I wonder, perhaps this unusual wand for an unusual wizard. Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple." The moment Harry's fingers closed around the wand, he knew. Warmth spread through his hand, and gold and red sparks shot from the end like a firework. But more than that, Harry could feel the wand's magic resonating with his core, similar to the training wand Merlin had provided, but stronger, more personal. Ollivander clapped his hands. "Oh, bravo! Yes, indeed, very good." Then his expression grew more serious. "Curious, very curious." "What's curious, sir?" Harry asked, though Merlin had prepared him for this moment too. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand, gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar." Harry nodded solemnly. "Voldemort's wand." Ollivander flinched at the name but looked impressed. "Yes. 13½ inches. You. Powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands. Well, if I'd known what that wand was going out into the world to do." "A wand is a tool, Mr. Ollivander," Harry said quietly. "The wizard chooses how to use it." Ollivander studied him with renewed interest. "Indeed, Mr. Potter. Indeed. I think we can expect great things from you. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great." Harry paid 7 gold galleons for his wand and left the shop, feeling the comforting presence of his new magical focus in his pocket. According to Merlin's teachings, the wand would gradually attune itself more completely to his magical signature through use, becoming an extension of his will rather than merely a tool. With his wand acquired, Harry methodically visited the other shops on his list. At Madame Malkin's, he was fitted for his school robes alongside a blonde boy whose drawling voice and superior attitude immediately identified him as Draco Malfoy, son of Lucius Malfoy, a Death Eater who had claimed to be under the Imperious Curse after Voldemort's fall. "Hello," Draco said, eyeing Harry with mild interest. "Hogwarts, too?" "Yes," Harry replied simply, deciding to observe rather than engage too deeply in this first encounter. "My father's next door buying my books and mother's up the street looking at wands," Draco continued, his voice bored. "Then I'm going to drag them off to look at racing brooms. I don't see why first years can't have their own. I think I'll bully father into getting me one and I'll smuggle it in somehow." Harry raised an eyebrow slightly but kept his expression neutral. Merlin had taught him to evaluate people based on their actions and choices, not just family reputation, but Draco wasn't making a great first impression. "Have you got your own broom?" Draco went on. "Not yet," Harry answered. "Play Quidditch at all?" "I haven't had the opportunity," Harry said truthfully. Theoretical knowledge from Merlin's lessons was one thing, actual flying experience was something he genuinely looked forward to. Draco launched into a self-important monologue about his flying prowess and his certainty of being selected for his house team. Harry listened politely, filing away information about the Malfoy heir's personality and priorities. "I say, look at that man!" Draco suddenly exclaimed, nodding toward the window where a giant of a man stood holding 2 ice creams and grinning at Harry. "That's Hagrid," Harry said, recognizing the Hogwarts gamekeeper from Merlin's descriptions. "He works at Hogwarts." "Oh, I've heard of him. He's a sort of servant, isn't he?" "He's the gamekeeper," Harry corrected mildly, though inwardly he noted Draco's casual dismissal of someone he considered beneath him. The conversation continued with Draco expressing his views on Muggleborns. "They're just not the same, they've never been brought up to know our ways, and the supremacy of Slytherin House." When Madame Malkin finally announced Harry's robes were done, he was rather glad to escape. Outside, Hagrid handed Harry an ice cream. "Thought ya might want a treat." "Yeah, looked like I could use one after talkin' to young Malfoy in there." "You know him?" Harry asked, accepting the ice cream gratefully. "Know of his family. Old Wizardin family, the Malfoys. Think they're better'n everyone else because their blood's pure." Hagrid shook his shaggy head disapprovingly. Harry decided to take a calculated risk. "Hagrid, did Dumbledore send you to check on me?" The giant man nearly dropped his ice cream. "How'd ya, I mean, what makes ya think that?" "It makes sense," Harry said with a shrug. "I'm supposed to be protected, aren't I? Because of Voldemort?" Hagrid flinched violently. "Don't say the name." "And, how do ya know about all that anyway?" "I've been learning," Harry said simply. "About my parents, about magic, about what happened." Hagrid looked thoroughly flustered now. "Blimey, Harry, you're full o' surprises. Dumbledore did ask me ter keep an eye out, make sure ya were gettin' on all right. Wasn't supposed ter approach ya unless ya needed help." "I appreciate that," Harry said sincerely. "And I'd love to hear more about my parents sometime. Did you know them well?" Hagrid's beetle-black eyes crinkled as he smiled. "That I did, Harry. That I did. Tell ya what, why don't ya let me help ya finish up your shopping, then we can have a proper chat." With Hagrid's assistance, Harry completed his school shopping much faster than he would have alone. The giant man's presence parted crowds effortlessly, and his obvious familiarity with Diagon Alley proved invaluable in finding the best deals on cauldrons, telescope, and other equipment. Their last stop was Flourish and Blotts, the bookstore, where Harry purchased not only his required textbooks but several additional volumes on recent wizarding history, magical theory, and defensive magic that caught his interest. Bit of extra readin'? Hagrid asked, eyeing the stack. I like to be prepared, Harry replied. Knowledge is power, after all. Hagrid chuckled. Yeah, sound like a Ravenclaw already. Though your parents were both Gryffindors, oh, course. After finishing their shopping, Hagrid took Harry to the Leaky Cauldron for a late lunch, where over bowls of hearty stew, he shared stories of Lily and James Potter that gave Harry a more personal connection to his parents than Merlin's factual accounts had provided. Your dad was a bit of a troublemaker in school, Hagrid said, eyes twinkling. Him and his friends called themselves the Marauders. Always pullin' pranks, but clever, you know. And your mum, brightest witch of her age, people said. Kind, too. Never met someone she couldn't find the good in. Harry absorbed these details hungrily, creating a fuller picture of the people whose sacrifice had shaped his destiny. As evening approached, Hagrid helped Harry arrange his trunk and purchases for easy transport back to Privet Drive. You sure you'll be all right gettin' home, Harry? I can take ya directly, I'll be fine, Harry assured him. The train is straightforward, and the Dursleys are expecting me. Hagrid frowned. They treatin' you all right? Dumbledore was worried, you know. Things have improved recently, Harry said carefully. We've come to an understanding. This wasn't exactly untrue. Merlin's adjustment had created a new dynamic where the Dursleys largely left Harry alone, which was all he really wanted from them at this point. Well, if you're sure. Hagrid still looked concerned. Your ticket for Hogwarts is in there, 1st of September, King's Cross Station, platform 9 3/4. Any problems, send me an owl. Harry nodded gratefully. Thank you, Hagrid. For everything today. As he made his way back to Privet Drive that evening, Harry reflected on how differently this day had gone compared to what might have been without Merlin's training. Instead of being overwhelmed, confused, and dependent on others to navigate the wizarding world, he had moved through it with confidence and purpose. Back in his cupboard that night, the last night he intended to spend there, Harry examined his new wand more closely. The hollywood felt warm to his touch, responding to his magical core in a way that felt both familiar and excitingly new. Closing his eyes, he extended his magical senses into the wand, feeling its construction, the phoenix feather core vibrating with potential. Following one of Merlin's early lessons, he began the bonding process, cycling small amounts of his magic through the wand to familiarize it with his unique signature. The wand glowed softly in the darkness, accepting his magic and returning it slightly transformed, creating the beginning of the symbiotic relationship between wizard and wand that would grow stronger with time and use. Lumos, Harry whispered, focusing his intent. The wand tip lit up, brighter than he'd expected, illuminating the cramped cupboard. The spell felt different through a wand, more focused, more refined than his wandless version. Knox. The light extinguished. Harry smiled in the darkness. Tomorrow, he would begin the next phase of his preparation for Hogwarts. The month before term started would be valuable time to practice with his wand, read his new books, and continue the mental exercises Merlin had taught him. He had just settled into sleep when a strange sensation jolted him fully awake. The air in the cupboard seemed to thicken, reminding him uncomfortably of Kronos' attacks in Merlin's sanctuary. His heart raced as he gripped his wand, eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of the temporal entity. Instead of darkness seeping through the walls, however, a pinpoint of golden light appeared at the center of the cupboard, expanding slowly into a glowing sphere about the size of a snitch. Within the sphere, Harry could make out what looked like miniature galaxies swirling in complex patterns. Hello, he whispered, wand raised defensively. The sphere pulsed once, twice, then projected a beam of light that formed into a familiar figure, Merlin, though transparent and slightly fuzzy around the edges, like a three-dimensional photograph. Harry, the projection spoke, its voice sounding distant yet clear. If you're seeing this, you've successfully returned to your timeline. This is a temporal anchor I created, a one-time connection between my sanctuary and your present moment. Harry stared in amazement. Merlin? Can you hear me? The projection smiled sadly. This isn't interactive, I'm afraid. Merely a recording and delivery system. I have two purposes in sending this. First, to confirm you arrived safely, the anchor wouldn't have activated otherwise. Second, to warn you. The miniature Merlin's expression grew grave. Kronos wasn't our only concern. The temporal disturbance created by your original accident has attracted attention from another quarter, the Department of Mysteries within your Ministry of Magic. Their unspeakables have detected the anomaly and will likely be investigating. Harry's stomach tightened. This was a complication they hadn't fully anticipated. Be cautious, especially once you're at Hogwarts, Merlin's projection continued. The unspeakables may have ways to detect temporal displacement in individuals. Keep your occlumency shield strong at all times. The projection flickered slightly. My final gift to you is coming through now. The anchor is delivering something that may help you navigate these complications. The golden sphere expanded, then contracted rapidly, leaving behind a small object that dropped onto Harry's cot. It looked like a pocket watch, but with multiple dials and hands pointing in different directions. This is a temporal compass, Merlin explained. It will alert you to temporal disturbances nearby, including unspeakables using time-related magic or monitoring devices. It also has one other function you may find useful, though I hope you won't need it. If you ever encounter Kronos in your timeline, turning the outer rim 3 full rotations counterclockwise will create a brief sanctuary bubble, temporary protection while you escape. The projection began to fade. I'm proud of you, Harry. Trust what I've taught you, but trust yourself more. Your journey is your own now. With those final words, Merlin's image disappeared, and the golden sphere collapsed in on itself until nothing remained but the temporal compass on Harry's bed. Harry picked it up carefully, feeling its gentle hum of magical energy. The face showed constellations rather than numbers, with multiple hands tracking unknown quantities. The craftsmanship was exquisite, clearly ancient magic, yet somehow ahead of its time. He tucked the compass into the pouch containing his memory crystals. One more tool, one more connection to the mentor who had changed his life. Sleep eluded Harry for much of that night, his mind racing with this new information. Ministry Unspeakables investigating the temporal anomaly complicated matters. He would need to be even more careful about revealing his abilities and knowledge. The next morning, Harry enacted the next phase of his plan. When Aunt Petunia rapped on his cupboard door, he emerged carrying his packed trunk rather than heading to the kitchen to cook breakfast. "Where do you think you're going?" she demanded, though with less hostility than she would have shown before Merlin's adjustment. "I'm moving to the smallest bedroom," Harry stated calmly. "I'll need the space to prepare for school." Petunia's mouth opened and closed several times. "That's Dudley's second bedroom. He doesn't need 2 bedrooms. I do need one." Harry maintained eye contact, projecting calm certainty rather than aggression. "It's a reasonable arrangement, don't you think?" Something in his manner, or perhaps the lingering effects of Merlin's magic, made Petunia step aside. "Fine. But don't make noise or disrupt the household." "I won't," Harry promised, already heading up the stairs with his trunk. Dudley, of course, threw a tantrum when he discovered Harry had been given his room, but remarkably, Vernon and Petunia stood firm. Harry suspected they were unconsciously responding to the magical suggestion Merlin had implanted, that keeping Harry reasonably comfortable was in their best interest. The smallest bedroom was indeed small, but compared to the cupboard, it felt luxurious. Harry spent the first day organizing his new space, arranging his books, magical tools, and school supplies for easy access. He cast subtle, wandless notice-me-not charms on his more obviously magical items, nothing that would trigger the Ministry's underage magic detection, but enough to ensure the Dursleys wouldn't focus on them if they happened to enter the room. The month leading up to September 1st established a new routine. Harry rose early, practiced meditation and occlumency exercises, then studied his textbooks and additional reading materials. Afternoons were spent practicing with his wand in the privacy of his room, working through first-year spells with the systematic approach Merlin had instilled in him. The Dursleys largely left him alone, seeming relieved when he prepared his own meals and spent most of his time in his room. Harry occasionally caught Aunt Petunia watching him with an unreadable expression, something between fear, resentment, and perhaps a flicker of something else. Regret? Curiosity? It was hard to tell, and Harry didn't press the issue. 1 week before the start of term, Harry was practicing a simple transfiguration exercise, changing a matchstick into a needle, when the temporal compass in his pocket suddenly grew warm. Opening it, he saw one of the smaller hands spinning rapidly, pointing toward the window. Harry moved cautiously to look outside. At first, he saw nothing unusual on Privet Drive, just the typical suburban scene of neatly trimmed lawns and identical houses. Then he noticed a figure standing directly across from number 4, partially concealed by a large hydrangea bush. The person wore what appeared to be ordinary Muggle clothing, a grey business suit, but Harry's trained eye caught the subtle shimmer of a magical disguise. More tellingly, the figure remained completely motionless for over 5 minutes, eyes fixed on the Dursley home. An unspeakable, Harry guessed, here to investigate the temporal anomaly Merlin had warned about. The question was, what exactly could they detect? The original disturbance had occurred years ago from Harry's perspective, though only months in actual timeline terms. Harry closed his curtains and sat cross-legged on his bed, deepening his occlumency shields. If the unspeakable was using some form of magical detection, Harry needed to ensure his magical signature appeared normal for an 11-year-old wizard just discovering his powers. He spent the next hour carefully adjusting his magical output, creating a layered effect, his true core safely hidden behind shields, while a surface layer projected the expected signature of an untrained young wizard. It was delicate work, something Merlin had touched on but hadn't fully developed in their training. When Harry checked the window again, the figure was gone, but the temporal compass continued to register a disturbance, though less intense than before. They were still watching, just less obviously. This continued for 3 days, the compass indicating surveillance, though Harry rarely spotted the watchers directly. He maintained his routine, careful to appear like an ordinary boy excited about starting a new school, while mentally reviewing everything Merlin had taught him about evading magical detection. On August 31st, the day before departure for Hogwarts, Harry decided to take a calculated risk. The surveillance was problematic. If it continued at Hogwarts, it would severely limit his ability to use his true capabilities. He needed more information, and possibly a way to deflect their interest. After dinner, Harry slipped out of the house under the pretense of taking a walk. The temporal compass indicated a watcher about a block away. Instead of avoiding them, Harry deliberately walked in that direction, projecting the casual aimlessness of a child enjoying a summer evening. As he approached, he caught sight of his target, a woman this time, middle-aged with nondescript brown hair, sitting on a bench with a newspaper. To Muggle eyes, she likely appeared perfectly ordinary, but Harry's trained senses detected the magical monitoring charms surrounding her like an invisible web. Harry pretended to notice a cat across the street, changing direction to approach within the outer range of the monitoring charms. Then, very deliberately, he released a tiny pulse of unstructured magic, the kind that might come from an emotionally excited young wizard just learning about his abilities. The reaction was immediate. The woman's head snapped up, her eyes locking onto Harry with sudden intensity. For a moment, he worried he'd miscalculated, but then her expression shifted to one of clinical interest rather than alarm. She's categorizing me, Harry realized. Trying to determine if I'm the source of the anomaly they detected. Putting on his best innocent expression, Harry smiled and waved at the woman before continuing his walk, circling back toward Privet Drive via a different route. Behind him, he sensed the monitoring charms adjusting, focusing more specifically on him but not in an aggressive manner. Back in his room, Harry consulted one of Merlin's memory crystals, the one containing information on ministry procedures and personnel. The crystal's stored knowledge confirmed his suspicions. Unspeakables investigating magical anomalies typically began with passive observation, followed by classification of the phenomenon, before deciding whether direct intervention was necessary. By allowing himself to be identified as a magical child, but one whose signature appeared normal, if perhaps slightly strong, Harry hoped to be classified as a routine case. An 11-year-old showing signs of accidental magic before starting Hogwarts wouldn't warrant continued high-level surveillance. The gamble appeared to pay off. By that evening, the temporal compass showed the monitoring presence had reduced significantly. They hadn't abandoned their investigation entirely, but they'd apparently downgraded its priority. The morning of September 1st dawned bright and clear. Harry woke early, double-checked his packed trunk, and dressed in casual Muggle clothes that actually fit, purchased during a solo trip to London that the Dursleys hadn't questioned. Uncle Vernon agreed to drive him to King's Cross with minimal grumbling, mainly because Harry pointed out that doing so meant he'd be gone until next summer. Dudley and Petunia stayed home, his aunt giving him an odd, almost wistful look as he loaded his trunk into the car. "Your mother left for that school looking just like you do now," she said suddenly, then pressed her lips together as if regretting the words immediately. Harry paused. "You miss her sometimes, don't you?" "Despite everything." Petunia's face hardened. "She made her choice. We don't always control the paths our lives take, Aunt Petunia," Harry said quietly. "Magic chose her, just like it chose me." He climbed into the car before she could respond, leaving her standing in the doorway with an expression he couldn't quite interpret. The drive to London passed in awkward silence. When they arrived at King's Cross, Vernon simply popped the trunk and waited for Harry to unload his belongings. "Well, goodbye then," Harry said, not expecting much in return. Vernon grunted, then surprisingly, added, "Don't get yourself blown up or whatever it is you people do." Coming from Vernon Dursley, this almost qualified as affectionate concern. Harry suppressed a smile. "I'll do my best." Inside the station, Harry navigated confidently to the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Checking that no Muggles were watching too closely, he walked directly at the solid-looking wall, passing through onto platform 9 3/4 with the practiced ease of someone who had visualized this moment countless times under Merlin's guidance. The platform was a riot of color and sound, students in robes or Muggle clothing rushing about, parents giving last-minute instructions, owls hooting in their cages, and above it all, the gleaming scarlet Hogwarts Express billowing steam. Harry took a moment to absorb it all. For all Merlin's detailed descriptions and magical projections, nothing compared to experiencing the wizarding world firsthand. The emotional impact of actually being here, where his parents had stood, where his journey to Hogwarts would truly begin, hit him unexpectedly hard. Pulling himself together, Harry moved through the crowd toward the train. He noticed a few curious glances. A boy his age traveling alone was unusual, but no one seemed to recognize him as Harry Potter. His scar remained hidden beneath his carefully arranged fringe, and without the lightning bolt visible, he was just another first-year student. He found an empty compartment near the end of the train and settled in, storing his trunk overhead with a subtle assist from wandless magic when no one was looking. Through the window, he watched families saying goodbye, hugs, kisses, last-minute reminders about forgotten items. A pang of something between sadness and longing twisted in his chest. He would never experience that with his own parents. But then he remembered Merlin's words, "Family is more than blood. You will find your people, Harry. Those who see you for who you truly are." The train whistle blew, announcing imminent departure. Just as the final boarding calls echoed across the platform, Harry's compartment door slid open. A young girl with bushy brown hair and rather large front teeth stood in the doorway, already wearing her Hogwarts robes. "Excuse me," she said in a bossy sort of voice, "but have you seen a toad? A boy named Neville has lost one." "No, sorry," Harry replied. "But I could help you look if you'd like." The girl looked surprised at the offer. "Oh. That would be nice. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way." She extended her hand formally. "Harry Potter," he replied, shaking her hand and watching for the reaction he knew would come. Sure enough, Hermione's eyes widened dramatically. "Are you really? I know all about you, of course, I got a few extra books for background reading, and you're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Harry smiled. I've read those too. They get a few things wrong, though. Wrong? Hermione looked scandalized at the idea of books containing incorrect information. Like what? Well, for one thing, none of them can accurately describe what happened the night Voldemort attacked my family because no one but me survived, and I was too young to remember properly. Hermione flinched at the name but looked thoughtful. That's, actually a very good point. I hadn't considered that. She seemed to reassess him slightly, her expression shifting from excited recognition to genuine interest. The train lurched forward, beginning its journey north. We should probably find that toad, Harry suggested. They're slippery creatures, it could be anywhere by now. As they searched through the train compartments, Harry found himself warming to Hermione despite her initially somewhat overbearing manner. She was clearly brilliant, excited about learning magic, and just as clearly nervous about fitting in, something Harry could relate to, even with Merlin's preparations. Are your parents magical? He asked as they checked under seats in another compartment. No, they're dentists. I was ever so surprised when I got my letter. No one in my family's magic at all. She looked at him anxiously. Does that matter here? Some of the books mentioned blood status being important to some people. It doesn't matter to me, Harry said firmly. My mother was Muggle-born too, and she was brilliant at magic. The whole blood purity thing is just prejudice wrapped in tradition. Hermione beamed at him. That's what Professor McGonagall said when she came to explain everything to my parents. I was so worried I'd be behind everyone else, so I've been practicing all the spells in our books, though of course I couldn't actually cast them without being at school. Harry nodded sympathetically. The theory is important too. Understanding why spells work helps perform them better. Exactly. Hermione exclaimed, looking delighted to find someone who shared her approach to learning. They eventually found Neville Longbottom, a round-faced boy who looked thoroughly miserable, but no sign of his toad. Harry recognized the name immediately from Merlin's lessons. The Longbottoms had been well-respected Aurors and members of the Order of the Phoenix alongside his parents. After Voldemort's fall, they had been tortured to insanity by Bellatrix Lestrange and other Death Eaters. Hello, Neville, Harry said, extending his hand. I'm Harry Potter. We're looking for your toad. Neville's eyes widened at the name, but his handshake was firmer than his dejected appearance suggested. Thanks for helping. Gran's going to kill me. Trevor was a gift from my great-uncle Algy when I finally showed signs of magic. He can't have gone far, Harry reassured him. Have you tried the luggage compartments? Toads like dark, slightly damp places. This suggestion proved fruitful. They found Trevor nestled between two trunks in the luggage car, apparently quite content. Neville's gratitude was effusive, and when they returned to Harry's compartment, both Hermione and Neville joined him rather than returning to their previous seats. As the countryside rolled by outside, they fell into conversation about Hogwarts, their expectations, and their backgrounds. Harry was careful to present himself as knowledgeable but not suspiciously so for a boy raised by Muggles, explaining his information as coming from books he'd purchased in Diagon Alley after receiving his letter. I've read Hogwarts, a history 3 times already, Hermione said eagerly. The enchanted ceiling in the Great Hall is supposed to be magnificent, it's bewitched to look like the sky outside. I'm just hoping I don't make a fool of myself, Neville admitted. Gran expects me to live up to my dad, but I'm nowhere near as talented. Everyone develops differently, Harry said, remembering Merlin's patient encouragement during his early struggles. And talent isn't fixed, it grows with practice and confidence. Neville looked unconvinced but appreciative of the support. Their conversation was interrupted when the compartment door slid open again, revealing Draco Malfoy flanked by 2 large boys who reminded Harry of smaller versions of his cousin Dudley. Is it true? Malfoy demanded without preamble. They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment. So it's you, is it? Yes, Harry replied calmly, studying Draco and his companions with mild interest. This is Crabbe and Goyle, Draco said carelessly, noticing Harry's glance at the two boys. And I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Hermione looked unimpressed by the grand introduction. Neville seemed to shrink slightly in his seat. We've met briefly, Harry reminded him. At Madame Malkin's. Draco nodded, apparently pleased to be remembered. You'll soon find that some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. His gaze flicked dismissively over Neville and Hermione. I can help you there. He extended his hand, clearly expecting Harry to take it. Harry regarded the offered hand thoughtfully. Merlin had taught him to evaluate individuals on their merits, not prejudge based on family associations. But he'd also stressed the importance of setting boundaries early in relationships. I think I can figure out the wrong sort for myself, thanks, Harry said, not taking the hand but keeping his tone civil rather than hostile. But I appreciate the offer of help. Draco's pale face flushed pink. You'd better be careful, Potter. Unless you're a bit politer you'll go the same way as your parents. They didn't know what was good for them either. You hang around with riff-raff like Longbottom and Muggleborns, and it'll rub off on you. Harry stood up, his movements smooth and controlled. Though he was shorter than Draco, something in his posture made the blonde boy take a step back. My parents died defending me and defying a dark wizard your father called Master, Harry said quietly. I'd be proud to go the same way, if it came to it. Now, was there something else you wanted to discuss, or were you just leaving? The compartment temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Crabbe and Goyle looked uncertainly at Draco, who had gone from pink to pale. You'll regret this, Potter, Draco said, trying to sound threatening despite his obvious discomfort. I doubt that very much, Harry replied evenly. But you're welcome to try changing my mind through your actions rather than your family name. After Malfoy and his cronies departed, Hermione stared at Harry with a mixture of admiration and concern. That was intense. Will he cause trouble, do you think? Harry shrugged. Probably. But better to establish boundaries now than let him think I can be intimidated or impressed by the right surnames. Neville was looking at Harry with newfound respect. Nobody stands up to Malfoy like that. His father has connections everywhere in the ministry. Connections built on fear and bribery aren't true strength, Harry observed. Real power comes from within, not from what others can do for you, or to you. The conversation shifted to house sorting as the train continued north. Hermione was convinced she wanted Gryffindor, Dumbledore himself was one, while Neville expected Hufflepuff. I'm not brave enough for Gryffindor, though he hoped for his parents' house. What about you, Harry? Hermione asked. Which house do you think you'll be in? Harry had given this considerable thought. Merlin had explained the house system in detail, including the somewhat flawed nature of sorting 11-year-olds based on traits that were still developing. I could fit in several houses, he said truthfully. I value knowledge like a Ravenclaw, loyalty like a Hufflepuff, and action like a Gryffindor. Not Slytherin? Neville asked nervously. Harry smiled slightly. I didn't say I don't value ambition or cunning. Those are useful traits too, when properly directed. Hermione looked thoughtful. The books say Slytherin has a bad reputation because of you-know-who and many dark wizards coming from there, but logically, a house trait like ambition itself isn't inherently negative. Exactly, Harry agreed. It's about choices, not sorting. As evening fell, they changed into their school robes. The train began to slow, and a voice echoed through the compartments, "We will be reaching Hogwarts in 5 minutes' time. Please leave your luggage on the train, it will be taken to the school separately." Harry felt a flutter of genuine excitement. For all his training with Merlin, this was still a monumental moment, his first sight of Hogwarts, the beginning of his public journey in the wizarding world. The train stopped at a small, dark platform. Students poured out, first years looking nervous and confused until Hagrid's booming voice called, "First years. First years over here." The giant gamekeeper beamed when he spotted Harry. "All right there, Harry." "Hello, Hagrid," Harry replied with a genuine smile, pleased to see a familiar face. Hagrid led them down a steep, narrow path that opened suddenly onto the edge of a great black lake. There, perched atop a high mountain on the other side, its windows sparkling in the starry sky, was Hogwarts Castle. Even prepared as he was, Harry caught his breath at the sight. The ancient castle radiated magical energy visible to his trained senses, layer upon layer of protective enchantments, centuries of spells woven into the very stones, the accumulated power of countless wizards and witches who had lived and learned within its walls. "No more and four to a boat," Hagrid called, pointing to a fleet of small boats sitting in the water by the shore. Harry, Hermione, and Neville were joined in their boat by a red-haired boy Harry recognized as Ron Weasley from Merlin's descriptions of prominent wizarding families. The boats glided across the smooth lake surface, all the first years silent in awe as they approached the towering castle. They sailed through a curtain of ivy into an underground harbor, then followed Hagrid up a passageway in the rock, emerging finally on smooth, damp grass in the shadow of the castle. Hagrid's massive fist knocked 3 times on the huge oak front door. The door swung open immediately. Professor McGonagall stood there, tall and imposing in emerald green robes, her stern face framed by black hair pulled into a tight bun. "The Furs years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." She led them across the flagged stone floor, past the great hall where the rest of the school was already gathered, and into a small, empty chamber off the hall. There, she explained the sorting ceremony and the house system. Harry used the waiting time to strengthen his occlumency shields. He had no idea if the sorting hat would be able to detect his unusual temporal situation, but it seemed prudent to be prepared. Several students gasped when ghosts suddenly streamed through the back wall, arguing amongst themselves before noticing the first years. The Hogwarts ghosts, another aspect of the castle Merlin had prepared him for, yet seeing them in person was still remarkable. Finally, Professor McGonagall returned. "Form a line and follow me." The great hall was even more magnificent than Harry had imagined, thousands of candles floating in mid-air, golden plates and goblets gleaming on 4 long tables, and above it all, the enchanted ceiling showing the night sky. Hermione whispered excitedly about reading about it in Hogwarts, a history, seemingly too nervous to notice Harry's knowing smile. At the front of the hall stood the teacher's table, where Harry immediately identified Albus Dumbledore in the center, his silver beard and half-moon spectacles exactly as Merlin had described. The headmaster's eyes twinkled as they passed over the line of first years, pausing momentarily on Harry. Professor McGonagall placed a 4-legged stool in front of them, and atop it, the sorting hat, patched, frayed, and extremely dirty. The hat twitched, a rip near the brim opening wide like a mouth, and then it began to sing. Harry listened with interest as the hat described the 4 houses and their traits. When it finished, the hall burst into applause, and Professor McGonagall stepped forward with a long roll of parchment. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," she announced. "Abbott, Hannah." The sorting proceeded alphabetically. Harry watched as his new acquaintances were sorted, Hermione to Gryffindor after nearly a minute under the hat, Neville also to Gryffindor, looking shocked but pleased, and Malfoy to Slytherin, the hat barely touching his head. Finally, McGonagall called, "Potter, Harry." As Harry stepped forward, whispers broke out across the hall. "Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter?" Harry sat on the stool and allowed the hat to be placed on his head. The last thing he saw before it dropped over his eyes was the hall full of people craning to get a good look at him. Said a small voice in his ear. "Difficult. Very difficult. Oh my, what's this?" Harry felt the hat's consciousness brush against his occlumency shields. He didn't try to block the hat entirely, that would defeat the purpose of sorting, but he carefully limited access to certain memories, particularly those involving Merlin and time travel. Interesting defenses for one so young, the hat mused. I see talent, my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself. There's courage, certainly, and a sharp mind. Loyalty to those who earn it, and oh, such ambition hidden beneath it all. But where to put you? Harry thought carefully. I want to be where I can fulfill my potential and prepare for what's coming. Preparing for a great challenge, are we? Well, that narrows it down. You could achieve greatness in Slytherin, you know. They would help you on the path to power. Harry considered this. Slytherin wouldn't be the expected choice for the boy who lived, but it might offer advantages, understanding the mindset of those likely to support Voldemort upon his return, building connections with influential families, learning the subtler arts of magical politics. On the other hand, Gryffindor would provide different but equally valuable assets, closer alignment with Dumbledore, natural alliances with families who had opposed Voldemort, and perhaps fewer suspicions about his unusual abilities. The path doesn't matter as much as how I walk it, Harry thought. Place me where I'll find the right companions for the journey ahead. Companions, eh? Not just allies or followers. Interesting distinction. The hat seemed to chuckle. In that case, better be Gryffindor. The last word was shouted to the hall. Harry removed the hat and walked toward the Gryffindor table, where the loudest cheering was taking place. The Weasley twins were yelling, "We got Potter! We got Potter!" Percy the prefect got up to shake his hand vigorously, and various other Gryffindors reached to pat him on the back or shoulder as he sat down. From the high table, Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he gave Harry a small nod. Next to him, Professor McGonagall actually smiled briefly. But it was another teacher who caught Harry's attention, a hook-nosed man with greasy black hair and sallow skin, wearing black robes. As their eyes met, Harry felt a sharp pain in his scar. Severus Snape, Potions Master, former Death Eater, and his mother's childhood friend, according to Merlin's lessons. The complexity of the man's history and loyalties made him one of the most unpredictable elements in Harry's path forward. Harry maintained eye contact for a moment, his occlumency shields firm but not aggressive, before politely inclining his head in acknowledgement and turning away. Let Snape make of that what he would. After the sorting concluded with Zabini, Blaise, joining Slytherin, Dumbledore rose to his feet, beaming at the students with arms opened wide. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are, Nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you." He sat back down as food appeared on the golden plates. Harry grinned. Merlin had mentioned Dumbledore's eccentricity as a carefully cultivated facade that made people underestimate his formidable intellect and power. As the feast progressed, Harry engaged in conversation with his fellow Gryffindors, carefully balancing between friendliness and revealing too much. He learned about Ron's large family, discussed classes with Hermione, and encouraged Neville when the boy expressed doubts about belonging in Gryffindor. "The hat put you here for a reason," Harry assured him. "Courage isn't just about fighting, it's about facing your fears, whatever they might be." After dessert, Dumbledore rose again to give start-of-term notices, ending with a serious warning about the forbidden third-floor corridor on the right-hand side. "It would cause a most painful death," the headmaster concluded cheerfully. Harry raised an eyebrow. Merlin hadn't mentioned anything specific about forbidden corridors at Hogwarts during Harry's time. This was either standard procedure he hadn't bothered to detail, or something unique to this year. Either way, it warranted investigation, carefully. The evening concluded with the school song, sung to various tunes of individual choosing, followed by dismissal to dormitories. Percy led the first-year Gryffindors through the castle's corridors and shifting staircases to the entrance of Gryffindor Tower, a portrait of a fat lady in a pink silk dress. "Password?" she asked. "Caput Draconis," said Percy, and the portrait swung forward to reveal a round hole in the wall. They scrambled through it into the Gryffindor common room, a cozy, circular room full of squashy armchairs, with windows overlooking the grounds and a fireplace warming the space. Percy directed the boys through one door to their dormitory, the girls through another. Harry followed Ron, Neville, Dean Thomas, and Seamus Finnegan up the spiral staircase to their room, where 5 four-poster beds hung with deep red, velvet curtains awaited them. Their trunks had already been brought up. Harry claimed a bed near a window, allowing him to overlook the grounds and providing a secondary escape route if ever needed, a habit of strategic thinking Merlin had instilled in him. As his dorm mates changed into pajamas and fell into exhausted conversation about their families and backgrounds, Harry took a moment to center himself. His first day back in the wizarding world had gone largely according to plan, with a few unexpected elements that would require adaptation. He covertly checked the temporal compass before stowing it safely in his trunk. No unusual activity registered, either the Unspeakables had indeed downgraded their investigation, or Hogwarts' ancient magical protections interfered with their monitoring. "Mental, isn't it?" Ron said, flopping onto his bed next to Harry's. "I still can't believe I'm actually here. Dad says it's the best place in the world." Harry smiled genuinely. "I think he might be right." Later, when the others had fallen asleep, Harry sat awake in bed, reaching out with his magical senses to feel the castle around him. Hogwarts thrummed with energy, wards and enchantments layered over centuries, the ambient magic of hundreds of magical beings concentrated in one location, and something deeper, more sentient, that seemed to pulse in response to his gentle probing. The castle is aware, Harry realized with fascination. Not fully conscious perhaps, but definitely alive in its own way. He drifted to sleep feeling more at home than he ever had at Privet Drive, secure in the knowledge that his journey was properly beginning at last. The following weeks established Harry's routine at Hogwarts. Classes proved both fascinating and occasionally frustrating, fascinating because he was finally performing magic openly with a wand, frustrating because he had to deliberately restrain his abilities to appear as a talented but not suspicious first year. In Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall was impressed when Harry successfully transformed his match into a needle on his first attempt, though he carefully made it appear to require concentration and effort. "Well done, Mr. Potter," she said with a rare smile. "Your father had a natural talent for transfiguration as well." Charms with tiny Professor Flitwick was similarly manageable. Harry performed spells correctly but not too perfectly, occasionally struggling with timing or wand movements to maintain his cover. History of Magic, taught by the ghost Professor Binns, was genuinely dull even for Harry, who supplemented the monotonous lectures with his own reading on wizarding history. Astronomy required no pretense. Stargazing from the tallest tower was a new experience Merlin's training hadn't covered. Herbology proved surprisingly enjoyable. Professor Sprout's practical approach and Neville's unexpected expertise in the subject made for pleasant, productive lessons. Defense against the dark arts, however, was deeply disappointing. Professor Quirrell's stuttering, fearful demeanor and focus on theoretical rather than practical defense was a far cry from Merlin's robust combat training. More concerning was the consistent headache Harry experienced in Quirrell's presence, a dull pain in his scar that his occlumency could diminish but not eliminate. Most challenging was potions with Professor Snape. In their very first lesson, Snape had singled Harry out immediately. "Ah, yes," he said softly during roll call, "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." Malfoy and his friends sniggered behind their hands, but Harry merely met Snape's gaze calmly, maintaining his mental shields. Snape launched into an eloquent speech about the subtle science and exact art of potion making, his voice barely more than a whisper but capturing every student's attention. Then, without warning, he turned on Harry. "Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Hermione's hand shot into the air, but Harry kept his eyes on Snape. He knew the answer from both Merlin's lessons and his own reading, but revealing too much knowledge might be suspicious. "A sleeping potion known as the Draught of Living Death, sir," he answered respectfully but not subserviently. Snape's eyes narrowed slightly. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "In the stomach of a goat, sir. It's a stone that can protect against most poisons." Snape's expression darkened further. "What is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane. They're the same plant, sir, also called aconite. The classroom was utterly silent. Snape stared at Harry, clearly having expected to humiliate him and now thrown off balance by his correct answers. Well? Why aren't you all copying that down? He suddenly barked at the class, who scrambled for quills and parchment. And a point from Gryffindor, Potter, for your cheek. Harry didn't react to the unfair deduction, simply beginning his notes. Throughout the lesson, he carefully brewed a perfect potion with Merlin's methodical approach, despite Snape's hovering presence and occasional cutting remarks. When Neville nearly melted Seamus's cauldron, creating a toxic spill that caused boils to erupt on several students' arms, Harry quickly pulled him away from the worst of it, simultaneously vanishing some of the potion with a subtle wandless spell before it could cause more damage. Snape, blaming Neville for the accident and Harry for not stopping him, took another point from Gryffindor. But as they left the classroom, Harry caught the professor watching him with an expression that wasn't quite hatred, more like suspicious puzzlement. Outside of classes, Harry balanced his time between building friendships and private practice. Ron became a constant companion, his strategic mind, evident in their chess games, and straightforward loyalty making him easy company. Hermione, initially somewhat isolated due to her intense academic focus, gradually became part of their circle after Harry deliberately included her in study sessions and conversations. Neville remained shy but grateful for Harry's consistent encouragement, especially in potions where Snape's intimidation made him particularly nervous. Harry recognized the potential Merlin had described in the Longbottom heir, magical power dampened by insecurity and a mismatched wand, his father's, Harry suspected. You just need confidence, Harry told Neville one evening as they practiced the levitation charm in the common room. The magic's there, but you're blocking it with doubt. It was during their third week at Hogwarts that Harry's temporal compass suddenly activated while he was alone in the dormitory. One of the smaller hands spun rapidly before pointing toward the castle grounds. Harry moved to the window, scanning the twilit landscape below. At first, he saw nothing unusual. Then a movement near the edge of the forbidden forest caught his attention, a figure in dark robes moving with unnatural speed between the trees. Focusing his enhanced magical perception, Harry detected an unusual energy signature, not quite human, not quite creature, but something that disturbed the natural flow of magic around it. The temporal compass confirmed his suspicion, whatever it was created ripples in time similar to, though weaker than, Kronos' presence. Harry made a split-second decision. He needed more information about this potential threat, and waiting might mean losing the opportunity to observe it. Moving quickly but quietly, he retrieved his invisibility cloak, a family heirloom Dumbledore had anonymously returned to him on Christmas in Merlin's original timeline, but which Harry had claimed early through a carefully worded request to Gringotts about Potter family vaults. Under the cloak's protection, Harry made his way through the common room, past the portrait hole, and down through the castle. Years of stealth training with Merlin allowed him to move silently, avoiding patrolling prefects and teachers with ease. Outside, the September evening air carried a slight chill. Harry followed the compass's direction toward the forbidden forest, moving cautiously across the open ground before reaching the shelter of the ancient trees. The forest was darker than the grounds, but Harry's eyes adjusted quickly. He tracked the disturbance deeper into the woods, maintaining a safe distance while keeping the mysterious figure in his magical awareness if not always in direct sight. After 15 minutes of careful pursuit, Harry froze as voices became audible ahead. One was unmistakably Professor Quirrell's, though notably without his usual stutter. "Must be more careful," Quirrell was saying. "Dumbledore suspects something." The reply came not from another person but from Quirrell himself, yet in a different voice entirely, high and cold. "The old fool sees too much and too little. Accelerate your efforts. I grow impatient." Harry's scar flared with pain so intense he nearly gasped aloud. Only his occlumency training prevented him from making a sound that would have revealed his presence. "Master, I'm trying," Quirrell pleaded, "but Snape is watching me constantly, and the protections around the stone." "Excuses," the cold voice interrupted. "You have one task, Quirrell. Fail me, and death would be a mercy compared to what awaits you. Harry retreated silently, processing what he'd overheard. Quirrell was clearly not what he appeared. He was serving someone who seemed to be physically attached to or possessing him. Given the pain in Harry's scar, there was only one logical conclusion: Voldemort. Merlin had warned this was possible, that Voldemort's disembodied spirit might seek a host to regain physical form. And now he was after something called the Stone, protected somewhere in Hogwarts, almost certainly behind the forbidden third-floor corridor. Back in his dormitory, Harry consulted Merlin's memory crystals for information on magical stones of significant power. The most likely candidate emerged quickly: the Philosopher's Stone, created by Nicholas Flamel, capable of transforming metal into gold and producing the elixir of life that granted immortality. The perfect target for a disembodied Dark Lord seeking to regain a body. Harry considered his options carefully. Reporting what he'd seen directly to Dumbledore would raise questions about how he'd obtained this information and why he was out of bounds after hours. It might also reveal how much more he knew than a first-year should. On the other hand, allowing Voldemort's servant to continue unchallenged was unacceptable. Harry needed allies, information, and a plan, starting with confirming his theory about the stone. The following day, Harry casually asked Hermione about Nicholas Flamel during a study session in the library. "The alchemist?" she replied, looking up from her charms essay. "I've read about him. He's famous for creating the Philosopher's Stone." "What exactly does the stone do?" Harry asked, feigning only mild interest. "It transforms any metal into pure gold and produces the elixir of life, which makes the drinker immortal," Hermione explained, always eager to share knowledge. "Flamel is over 600 years old. Why do you ask?" "Just curious. I saw his name somewhere and couldn't remember why it was familiar," Harry said with a casual shrug. 600 years is impressive. I wonder what you'd do with all that time." This casual investigation confirmed Harry's suspicion. Now he needed to verify the stone's presence at Hogwarts and assess the protections around it. That weekend, while most students were watching the Gryffindor Quidditch team practice, Harry had declined trying out despite his natural flying ability, preferring to focus on more pressing matters this year. He made his way to the third-floor corridor under his invisibility cloak. The forbidden door was locked, but a simple Alohomora charm opened it. Inside, Harry immediately came face to face with an enormous three-headed dog, a Cerberus, that occupied most of the room. It was sleeping fitfully, a small harp playing softly in the corner suggesting music was its weakness. Between its massive paws, Harry spotted a trapdoor, clearly the entrance to further protections guarding the stone. Not wanting to wake the creature, he retreated quietly, having confirmed what he needed to know. Over the next several weeks, Harry maintained vigilant observation of Quirrell while continuing his classes and friendship building. He noticed the defense professor growing increasingly pale and thin, with a haunted look in his eyes, signs of the toll Voldemort's possession was taking. Meanwhile, the temporal compass occasionally registered minor disturbances that suggested the unspeakables hadn't entirely abandoned their investigation. Harry kept his shield strong and his magical signature carefully modulated during these episodes. On Halloween, events accelerated dramatically. During the feast, Professor Quirrell burst into the Great Hall, announcing a troll in the dungeons before fainting theatrically. As the school erupted in panic and prefects began leading students back to dormitories, Harry remembered Hermione had been crying in the girls' bathroom after Ron had made an insensitive comment earlier. "Hermione doesn't know about the troll," he told Ron urgently, pulling him aside as they left the hall. Ron looked guilty and alarmed. "What do we do?" "We need to find her. Now." They slipped away from the Gryffindor group, heading toward the girls' bathroom on the first floor. As they rounded a corner, Harry caught a whiff of the troll's putrid odor, and realized it wasn't in the dungeons at all, but on their floor, heading straight for the bathroom where Hermione was hiding. "It's going into the bathroom," Harry hissed, grabbing Ron's arm as they watched the massive creature duck through the doorway. A high-pitched scream confirmed their worst fears. "Come on." Harry pulled Ron forward, mind racing through combat scenarios Merlin had trained him for. He could probably handle the troll alone with his full magical abilities, but that would mean revealing capabilities far beyond what a first year should possess. They burst into the bathroom to find Hermione shrinking against the wall, the 12-foot troll advancing on her with its massive club raised. "Distract it," Harry commanded Ron, who immediately grabbed a tap and threw it against the wall. The troll turned its dim-witted attention toward the noise, giving Harry the opening he needed. Instead of the levitation charm most first years would attempt, Harry opted for a more direct approach that wouldn't seem impossible for his age. He leapt onto the troll's back, driving his wand up its nose in a move that appeared desperate and lucky rather than calculated. The troll howled in pain, thrashing and trying to grab Harry. Meanwhile, Ron, inspired by Harry's apparent bravery, cast Wingardium Leviosa on the troll's club. The heavy weapon floated upward, then dropped with precision onto its owner's head. The troll swayed and crashed to the floor with a thud that shook the entire bathroom. "Is it dead?" Hermione asked, trembling as she emerged from under the sinks. "Just knocked out, I think," Harry replied, retrieving his wand from the troll's nose with a grimace at the grey goop covering it. A sudden slamming of doors and loud footsteps announced the arrival of Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell. McGonagall looked furious, Snape calculated, and Quirrell seemed to be fighting not to flee at the sight of the unconscious troll. "What on earth were you thinking?" McGonagall demanded. "You could have been killed. Why aren't you in your dormitory?" Before Harry or Ron could answer, Hermione spoke up. "It's my fault, Professor McGonagall. I went looking for the troll because I thought I could handle it. I've read all about them." She hung her head. "If Harry and Ron hadn't found me, I'd be dead now." Harry kept his face neutral, but internally he was impressed by Hermione's lie to protect them, especially since she was usually such a stickler for rules. McGonagall scolded Hermione, took 5 points from Gryffindor, then awarded Harry and Ron 5 points each for sheer dumb luck in defeating the troll. As they left the bathroom, Harry noticed Snape's robes were torn and bloodied around one leg, which he was trying to hide from view. Their eyes met briefly, and Harry saw calculation in the potions master's gaze. Back in the common room, the three of them huddled in a quiet corner. "Thanks for coming to find me," Hermione said softly. "What are friends for?" Harry replied with a warm smile. From that moment, Hermione Granger became their inseparable third companion, a development Harry welcomed not only for her friendship but for the considerable intellectual resources she brought to their group. The following day, Harry confirmed his suspicion. Quirrell had used the troll as a diversion to attempt accessing the third-floor corridor, only to be intercepted by Snape, who had been injured by the Cerberus in the process. This meant Snape was actively working to protect the stone, information that contradicted the prevailing assumption among students that the sour potions master was the one to be feared. As November progressed, Harry divided his attention between 3 primary concerns: monitoring Quirrell's activities, continuing his own magical training in secret, and investigating the increasing temporal disturbances registered by the compass. These disturbances had a different signature from the unspeakable's monitoring, more organic, somehow, as if another being with temporal displacement was occasionally nearby. Harry began mapping the pattern of these readings, noting they were strongest near the Forbidden Forest and occasionally in the lower dungeons of the castle. One crisp late November evening, Harry was returning from the library under his invisibility cloak when the temporal compass began vibrating intensely in his pocket. He froze, extending his magical senses to scan the corridor ahead. There, a flicker of movement where no movement should be, a shimmer in the air like heat above summer pavement. Harry approached cautiously, wand ready beneath the cloak. As he drew closer, the distortion resolved into a more defined shape, a person, though not entirely visible, moving with deliberate stealth toward the staircases leading to the dungeons. Harry followed at a safe distance, his own invisibility and silencing charms making him virtually undetectable. The figure descended through the castle, past even the potions classrooms, to a rarely used section of the deepest dungeons. At a blank stone wall, the figure stopped, placed a hand against the rough surface, and whispered words Harry couldn't quite catch. The wall shimmered and revealed a doorway that hadn't been there before. Making a split-second decision, Harry darted forward, slipping through the doorway just before it resealed itself. He found himself in a small, circular chamber lit by pale blue flames in wall sconces. The air felt different here, thicker somehow, charged with strange energy that made his skin tingle. The invisible figure moved to the center of the room and suddenly became fully visible as they removed what appeared to be their own invisibility cloak. Harry stared in surprise at the revealed person, a girl who appeared to be about his age, with dark hair pulled into a practical braid and sharp, intelligent eyes that scanned the chamber with practiced precision. She wore Hogwarts robes but with no house insignia, another anomaly that caught Harry's attention. Most striking was the object she removed from around her neck, a time-turner similar to the one that had brought Merlin to him, though this one appeared newer, less ornate. "I know you're there," the girl said suddenly, looking directly toward where Harry stood frozen under his cloak. "Your temporal signature is bleeding through your concealment. You might as well show yourself." Harry hesitated, evaluating options. This stranger could be a threat or an ally, and revealing himself carried significant risk. On the other hand, she clearly had knowledge of temporal magic and had somehow detected him despite his precautions, skills that suggested she was no ordinary student. Deciding that controlled engagement was better than being exposed against his will, Harry slowly removed his invisibility cloak. The girl's eyes widened momentarily before her expression settled into careful neutrality. "Harry Potter. I suspected it might be you." "You have me at a disadvantage," Harry replied calmly. "You know who I am, but I don't know you." A flicker of amusement crossed her face. "Fair enough. My name is Elara. Elara Blackwood." "You're not a regular Hogwarts student," Harry observed. "The lack of house colors, the time-turner, this hidden room. Who are you really?" Elara studied him for a long moment, seemingly making calculations of her own. "Let's just say I'm someone who, like you, has experienced temporal displacement. Though my situation is, by design rather than accident." She gestured to the room around them. "This is a temporal null space, a pocket where time flows differently than in the rest of the castle. I created it as a safe haven to conduct my work without detection." "Work for whom?" Harry asked, his hand still near his wand. "The unspeakables." Elara laughed, a surprisingly warm sound in the cool chamber. "No, not them, though they'd very much like to get their hands on what I know. I work for, well, myself primarily. And occasionally for those who understand the delicate nature of temporal integrity." She tilted her head, studying Harry more intently. "The question is, who trained you? Your magical signature has been modified, layered. Someone taught you to hide temporal displacement effects. Someone skilled in arts that haven't been practiced in centuries." Harry maintained his occlumency shields but recognized that complete denial would be pointless given what she'd already detected. "Someone who wanted to help me prepare for what's coming." "Merlin," Elara breathed, her composure cracking slightly. "It was actually Merlin, wasn't it? The temporal disturbance 5 years ago, it wasn't just accidental magic interacting with a time-turner. You actually reached him, outside of conventional time." Harry's silence was confirmation enough. "Incredible," she murmured. "I've studied the theory of such contact, but the power required, you must have." She stopped herself, regaining control. "Well, that explains much about you, Harry Potter." "And what about you?" Harry countered. "You're clearly not just a time traveler. Your magical signature is complex. Perceptive," Elara acknowledged. "I'm what you might call a chronomancer, a specialist in time-related magic. Not just using devices like time-turners, but understanding and manipulating the fabric of time itself." "That's extremely rare magic," Harry said, recalling Merlin's lessons. "Almost extinct." "Almost," Elara agreed with a slight smile. "There are very few of us left. The Ministry would prefer it stay that way, too dangerous, they claim. Too many potential paradoxes. Harry considered this information carefully. Why are you at Hogwarts? What are you looking for? Elara paced a small circle, seemingly weighing how much to reveal. I'm tracking something, or someone, that shouldn't be here. A temporal anomaly significantly larger than either of us, moving through the castle and grounds with a purpose I haven't yet determined. Kronos? Harry asked sharply, remembering the entity that had attacked Merlin's sanctuary. Elara stopped pacing. You've encountered Kronos directly? And survived? Her voice held new respect. No, not Kronos itself, it rarely manifests in conventional time streams. This is something else, something almost parasitic in nature. The description immediately connected in Harry's mind with his earlier discovery. Quirrell. Something is possessing him, I believe it's Voldemort's spirit, attempting to secure the Philosopher's Stone to regain physical form. The defense professor? Elara looked thoughtful. That would explain part of what I'm detecting, but not all. There's a temporal disruption around him, yes, but it's secondary to something larger. She hesitated. Have you noticed anything unusual about Dumbledore recently? Dumbledore? Harry hadn't considered the headmaster might be involved. Not particularly, though I haven't interacted with him directly very often. Watch him closely when you can, Elara advised. Something isn't right there, though I can't pinpoint what exactly. Harry absorbed this information, weighing his next move carefully. Why tell me all this? Why trust me with your presence and purpose here? Elara smiled properly for the first time. Because Merlin chose to train you, which means you're someone worth trusting. And because two temporal anomalies working together have a better chance of stopping whatever's happening than either of us alone. She extended her hand. Partners? Harry studied her outstretched hand, then her face, searching for any sign of deception. His intuition, honed by Merlin's rigorous training in reading people, told him she was sincere, even if she might still be withholding information. He clasped her hand firmly. Partners. But I want full disclosure moving forward, no more secrets between us if we're working together. Agreed, Elara replied, though some information may be dangerous if shared too soon. Temporal knowledge has its own rules and risks. From that night forward, Harry had a new ally in his complex mission at Hogwarts. He and Elara established a communication system using enchanted parchment that allowed them to arrange meetings in the temporal null space, which they nicknamed the Pocket. During December, they exchanged information and theories. Harry shared his discoveries about Quirrell and the Philosopher's Stone, while Elara provided insight into the Unspeakable's investigation and the nature of temporal magic beyond what even Merlin had taught him. Time isn't linear, she explained during one of their sessions. It's more like a river with countless tributaries, eddies, and currents. Most people flow along the main channel, never aware of the alternatives. Those of us who've stepped outside that flow can sometimes glimpse the broader patterns. Is that how you became a chronomancer? Harry asked. By stepping outside normal time. Elara's expression grew distant. Something like that. My parents were unspeakables researching temporal magic. There was an accident when I was 9, a prototype time-turner malfunctioned during an experiment. I was exposed to raw temporal energy. She gestured to a thin silver streak in her dark hair Harry hadn't noticed before. It changed me, allowed me to perceive time differently. I'm sorry, Harry said, understanding the trauma of having one's life altered by magical forces beyond control. She shrugged. It wasn't all bad. The department trained me afterward, hoping to use my abilities. When I realized their true intentions, controlling time rather than preserving its integrity, I left. These conversations deepened Harry's understanding not just of temporal magic but of the wizarding world's complex power structures beyond what Merlin had prepared him for. The Department of Mysteries, it seemed, had factions and agendas that extended far beyond their official research mandate. Meanwhile, Harry maintained his friendships with Ron and Hermione, gradually testing how much they could be trusted with his true knowledge and abilities. He began subtly encouraging their strengths, Ron's strategic thinking through increasingly complex chess matches, Hermione's research skills by suggesting topics just beyond the standard curriculum. Christmas approached, bringing with it a welcome break from the careful balance of personas Harry had been maintaining. Most students returned home for the holidays, but Harry, along with Ron, whose parents were visiting his brother Charlie in Romania, stayed at Hogwarts. On Christmas morning, Harry woke to find presents at the foot of his bed, a thoughtful hand-carved wooden flute from Hagrid, chocolate frogs from Hermione, a Weasley sweater knitted by Ron's mother, and several other small gifts from classmates he'd befriended. The most intriguing gift came without a card, a silvery, fluid-like cloak that Harry immediately recognized as his father's invisibility cloak, though he already possessed it thanks to his early Gringotts request. This meant Dumbledore had intended to give it to him anonymously, just as in the timeline Merlin had described. To maintain continuity, Harry carefully hid his original cloak in his magically expanded trunk compartment and began using the newly gifted one openly, at least to Ron. "Wow, an invisibility cloak!" Ron exclaimed when Harry showed him. "Those are really rare and valuable." Harry smiled, letting Ron believe this was his first encounter with such an item. "I wonder who sent it." The Christmas feast was spectacular, with enchanted snow falling from the great hall ceiling, magical crackers that exploded with blue smoke and live mice, and more delicious food than even Dudley could have managed. That evening, under the pretense of trying out his new invisibility cloak, Harry met Alara in their secret chamber. She had remained at Hogwarts as well, though none of the regular students or teachers seemed aware of her presence. "Happy Christmas," she greeted him, presenting a small, wrapped package. "Something that might help with our investigation." Inside was a crystal pendant on a thin silver chain. "A resonance stone," Alara explained. "It can amplify and focus your temporal sensitivity, helpful for tracking disturbances without relying on mechanical devices like your compass." "Thank you," Harry said sincerely, slipping the chain around his neck and feeling the crystal warm slightly against his skin. "I have something for you too." He handed her a memory crystal from his collection, one containing non-sensitive information about magical detection techniques Merlin had taught him. "This stores information you can access by touching it with your magic," he explained. "I think the methods inside might help with your tracking efforts." Alara examined the crystal with professional appreciation. "Fascinating construct. The enchantment is ancient, yet incredibly precise." She looked up at him with renewed respect. "Thank you, Harry. This is quite valuable." Their partnership had grown into a genuine friendship over the past month, though Alara remained somewhat guarded about her personal history and motivations. Harry understood, they both carried secrets too dangerous to share completely, even with allies. The remainder of the holiday passed quietly, with Harry dividing his time between Ron, private practice, and meetings with Alara. Their investigation progressed slowly but steadily. They confirmed that whatever temporal anomaly Alara had detected was indeed connected to both Quirrell and, surprisingly, to the third-floor corridor guarding the stone. "It's as if something is waiting," Alara theorized during one session. "Gathering strength, preparing for a specific moment." "Voldemort's spirit?" Harry suggested. "Possibly," Alara frowned. "But the signature is older, somehow. More primordial." When term resumed in January, Harry noticed subtle changes in the castle's atmosphere. Teachers seemed more tense, especially McGonagall and Dumbledore, who were often seen in hushed conversation. Quirrell looked increasingly ill, his turban sometimes slightly askew as if he'd adjusted it hastily. Most concerning, Harry's scar began paining him more frequently, particularly when Quirrell was nearby or when Harry was near the third-floor corridor. Even his occlumency couldn't fully block these episodes. During one particularly severe headache in mid-January, Harry retreated to an unused classroom to regain his composure. There, he discovered the Mirror of Eriste, a magnificent mirror that, according to the inscription, showed not your face but your heart's desire. When Harry stood before it, he saw himself surrounded by people he recognized as his parents and extended family. But unlike what might have happened without Merlin's training, he wasn't captivated by the image. Merlin had warned about magical artifacts that could ensnare the mind through desire or emotion. An interesting choice of hiding place, came Alara's voice from the doorway. She'd tracked him using their magical connection through the resonance stone. Hiding place? Harry asked, stepping away from the mirror. Alara approached carefully, staying out of the mirror's direct reflection. The mirror of Eriste isn't just a curiosity. It's one of the most powerful magical artifacts for containing other objects, if you know how to use it properly. She studied the ornate frame. Dumbledore's moved it recently. It wasn't here last week. Understanding dawned on Harry. The stone. He's moved it from behind the trapdoor to inside the mirror. A clever protection, Alara agreed. The mirror can be enchanted to release its contents only under very specific conditions Quirrell or Voldemort would likely be unable to meet. Their discovery prompted a new phase in their investigation. If the stone had been moved to the mirror, the threat of Quirrell accessing it had increased enough to warrant action. Harry began preparing for potential confrontation, practicing combat spells during his private sessions and reviewing Merlin's lessons on magical dueling. Meanwhile, the temporal disturbances Alara had been tracking intensified. The resonance stone Harry now wore beneath his robes frequently warmed against his skin, indicating fluctuations in the castle's temporal field. Something's accelerating, Alara reported during a late February meeting in their hidden chamber. The pattern is changing, becoming more erratic but also more powerful. Could it be Kronos after all? Harry asked, concerned that the entity might have tracked him to Hogwarts. Alara shook her head. Kronos has a distinctive signature, cold, orderly, systematic. This is, chaotic, almost hungry. She hesitated. There's only one type of temporal entity that matches this profile, but they're extremely rare and dangerous, tempest feeders. I've never heard of those, Harry admitted. Few have. They exist in the gaps between moments, feeding on disrupted or damaged time streams. Her expression grew grim. If one has found its way here, attracted by our combined temporal anomalies plus whatever Quirrell and Voldemort are doing, we could be facing something far worse than just Voldemort's return. This alarming development coincided with increasing pressure from the regular Hogwarts schedule. Exams approached, teachers assigned more homework, and Harry had to maintain his cover as a normal, if talented, first-year student while preparing for multiple threats. Ron and Hermione noticed his occasional distraction and disappearances, though he always had plausible explanations ready. Hermione in particular grew suspicious of his advanced magical knowledge, which sometimes slipped through despite his careful restraint. Harry, how did you know about the properties of Moonstone in deflecting hexes? She asked after a defense against the dark arts lesson where he'd corrected a point in their textbook. That's not covered until third year. I've been doing some extra reading, Harry replied with his standard excuse. The library has books on all sorts of magical properties. Hermione looked skeptical but didn't press further. Her intelligence made her the most likely to piece together the inconsistencies in his presented knowledge and abilities. In late March, events accelerated dramatically. During a routine patrol of the third-floor corridor under his invisibility cloak, Harry encountered not Quirrell but Professor Snape, confronting what appeared to be an empty stretch of wall. "I know you're there," Snape said coldly to the apparently vacant space. "Your concealment is inadequate against those who know what to look for." To Harry's shock, Quirrell's voice replied from thin air. "S. Severus, I don't know what you mean." "Don't play the fool with me," Snape snarled. "I know what you're after, and I know who you're working for. The headmaster may be willing to give you the benefit of the doubt, but I am not so forgiving." "You don't understand," Quirrell stammered, his invisible form backing away. "There are forces at work beyond your comprehension." Snape's face twisted with contempt. "I understand perfectly. And let me make something absolutely clear, your master will not succeed. Not while I draw breath." After Quirrell fled and Snape departed, Harry returned to the pocket to report this exchange to Elara. She listened intently, her expression growing increasingly troubled. Snape knows about Voldemort possessing Quirrell, she concluded. But he mentioned forces beyond comprehension, that suggests he might be aware of the temporal aspect as well. Could he be working with the unspeakables? Harry suggested. Possible, though unlikely. Snape's history makes him suspect in their eyes. Elara paced the circular chamber. More concerning is that Quirrell, or Voldemort, seems to be growing bolder. The confrontation you witness suggests they're moving towards some kind of endgame. That night, Harry's sleep was disturbed by vivid dreams, fragments of potential futures showing the mirror of Erist shattered, Hogwarts in flames, and a shadowy figure that was neither human nor fully corporeal feeding on streams of golden light that looked disturbingly like visible time itself. He woke gasping, his scar burning fiercely. The resonant stone against his chest was hot enough to be uncomfortable. Something had changed, the temporal disturbances were no longer subtle fluctuations but active interference. Harry slipped out of bed, careful not to wake his dorm mates. Under his invisibility cloak, he made his way not to the pocket but toward the source of the disruption his newly enhanced senses could now detect, the third-floor corridor. The door was already unlocked when he arrived, and the Cerberus inside was asleep, a self-playing harp in the corner providing the necessary music. Someone had preceded him, Quirrell, almost certainly. Without hesitation, Harry slipped through the trapdoor, falling past the devil's snare plant below, which he neutralized with a quick Lumos Solum spell, and proceeded through the subsequent chambers of protection. Each challenge, flying keys, a giant wizard's chess set, a logic puzzle involving potions, showed signs of Quirrell's earlier passage. Harry moved quickly but cautiously, his wand ready and his magical senses extended to their limit. In the final chamber, he found not only Quirrell but Elara, engaged in what appeared to be a standoff before the mirror of Erist. "You don't understand what you're interfering with, girl," Quirrell was saying, his voice completely free of its usual stutter. "Step aside or be destroyed." Elara stood her ground, her own wand aimed steadily at the professor. "I understand perfectly, Professor, or should I address the parasite controlling you? Lord Voldemort, I presume." Quirrell's face twisted in rage. "You dare speak his name? You, a temporal anomaly yourself? How deliciously ironic." "Harry," Elara called without turning, somehow sensing his presence despite the cloak. "We have a problem beyond Quirrell." Harry removed his cloak, moving to stand beside Elara while keeping his wand trained on Quirrell. "The Tempest Feeder?" "Yes," she confirmed grimly. "It's here, drawn by the concentration of temporal energy. All three of us in one place, plus the stone's own temporal properties, it's the perfect feeding ground." As if summoned by their discussion, the air between them and Quirrell began to shimmer and distort. Colors inverted briefly, and sounds seemed to arrive before their sources. The temperature dropped precipitously. "What is this?" Quirrell demanded, looking genuinely alarmed. "What have you done?" "We haven't done anything," Harry replied, edging away from the growing distortion. "But your activities, combined with our presence, have attracted something that feeds on temporal disruption." The distortion expanded, taking on a vaguely humanoid shape, but one that seemed to exist in multiple states simultaneously, parts of it moving at different speeds, its edges blurring and reforming constantly. It had no distinct features, just a swirling void where a face might be, and limbs that sometimes appeared and sometimes didn't. "A Tempest Feeder," Quirrell whispered, his academic knowledge apparently overriding Voldemort's control momentarily. "They're supposed to be theoretical." "Theory just became reality," Elara said, raising her wand higher. "And it's hungry." The entity pulsed, sending out a wave of energy that made Harry's skin crawl. Time seemed to stutter around them. Quirrell briefly appeared younger, then older, then normal again. Objects in the chamber moved in reverse, then accelerated forward. "We need to contain it," Elara told Harry urgently. "If it feeds enough to fully materialize in our time stream, it could devour decades of time, not just from us but from everything around us. Quirrell, or perhaps Voldemort controlling him, made a decision. The stone first, then this creature. He turned to the mirror, gazing into its depths with intense concentration. The feeder, sensing the magical energies Quirrell was channeling, drifted toward him. Tendrils of distortion reached out, touching his shoulders, and Quirrell began to age visibly, hair whitening, skin wrinkling, then reversing to youthful smoothness before aging again. It's disrupting his personal timeline. Elara exclaimed. We have to stop it before, her warning came too late. Quirrell screamed as the temporal fluctuations intensified, his body unable to stabilize in any one state. Then, horrifyingly, a second face began to emerge from the back of his head, pale, snake-like, with glowing red eyes. Voldemort, Harry breathed, his scar exploding with pain. The face spoke, its voice high and cold. What is this magic? What is happening to my servant? The Tempest feeder responded to this new energy source, its tendrils wrapping more completely around Quirrell/Voldemort. The duel being howled in agony as temporal energy was extracted from them in visible streams of golden light. It's feeding on their combined life force, Elara explained rapidly to Harry. Quirrell's natural timeline plus whatever temporal manipulation Voldemort used to possess him, it's a feast. How do we stop it? Harry demanded, raising his wand but uncertain what spells would be effective against such an entity. We need to create a temporal anchor, something stable enough to contain it. Elara pulled a small device from her robes, something like a time turner but with additional rings and dials. This is a prototype I've been working on. It can create a localized temporal field, but I need your help to power it. Merlin taught you how to channel magical energy, right? Harry nodded. What do you need me to do? Focus your magic through me, like we practiced with the tracking charms. I'll direct it into the device. As Quirrell/Voldemort continued to deteriorate under the feeder's assault, Harry and Elara positioned themselves on opposite sides of the entity. Harry extended his magical senses, finding Elara's core and establishing the connection they practiced in their training sessions. He began channeling power through the connection, careful to maintain control. Too little and the device wouldn't activate, too much and it might overload with unpredictable consequences. Elara focused this combined energy into her device, which began to glow with increasing intensity. The rings spun faster and faster until they became a blur of golden light. Now, she shouted, releasing the fully charged device toward the Tempest feeder. The device hovered at the center of the entity, then expanded into a sphere of golden energy that engulfed both the feeder and the struggling form of Quirrell/Voldemort. Inside the sphere, time appeared to slow dramatically, movements becoming sluggish, then freezing entirely. It's working, Elara said, her voice strained with effort as she maintained the field. The containment is holding. Harry reinforced his magical support, feeling the drain on his core but refusing to falter. What happens now? The field will collapse space-time around the feeder, creating a closed temporal loop. It can continue feeding inside the loop, but on itself, not on our timeline. She looked grimly at Quirrell's frozen form. Unfortunately, anything caught in the field becomes part of that loop. So Quirrell and Voldemort's spirit will be trapped in an endless moment, neither dead nor truly alive. Elara's expression showed no satisfaction, only the necessary resolve of someone doing what had to be done. It's not a fate I'd wish on anyone, but the alternative was worse. The golden sphere contracted suddenly, shrinking to the size of a snitch, then a marble, then a pinpoint of light that winked out with a soft pop. Where Quirrell, Voldemort, and the feeder had been, nothing remained, not even dust. Harry stared at the empty space. Is it over? Elara slumped slightly, exhausted by the magical exertion. That particular threat, yes. The feeder is contained, and Voldemort's current attempt to return is neutralized. Before they could discuss further, the chamber door burst open. Albus Dumbledore rushed in, his wand raised, his face showing alarm that quickly turned to confusion as he surveyed the room containing only 2 students and the untouched mirror of Ariste. "Mr. Potter," he said slowly, his piercing blue eyes taking in the scene. "And Miss Blackwood, if I'm not mistaken. Would either of you care to explain what has happened here?" Harry and Elara exchanged glances, silently communicating through their established connection. How much did Dumbledore know? How much should they reveal? Professor Quirrell was attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone, Headmaster, Harry began carefully. He was possessed by Voldemort's spirit. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. Indeed? And where is Professor Quirrell now? That's complicated, Elara said, stepping forward. A temporal anomaly was drawn to the magical concentration here. It removed Quirrell from our timeline. I see. Dumbledore's expression revealed nothing of his thoughts. And you two happen to be here at precisely the right moment to witness this extraordinary event? We've been tracking the anomaly for some time, Harry admitted, deciding partial honesty was their best approach. We knew it was dangerous and that Quirrell was after the stone. Dumbledore studied them both for a long moment, his gaze lingering on Harry's scar and Elara's resonant stone necklace. I believe, he said finally, that we should continue this discussion in my office. There is much to explain, on all sides. The meeting in Dumbledore's office lasted until dawn. Harry and Elara provided a carefully edited version of events, omitting Merlin's training and Elara's full capabilities while emphasizing the threat the Tempest Feeder had posed to the entire castle. Dumbledore, in turn, revealed that he had indeed suspected Quirrell of working for Voldemort but had not anticipated the temporal complications. Time magic, he said gravely, is perhaps the most dangerous and unpredictable branch of our art. The Department of Mysteries exists largely to contain and study its effects, yet even they understand only fragments. He fixed Elara with a penetrating look. Your presence at Hogwarts, Miss Blackwood, has not gone entirely unnoticed, though I admit I underestimated your purpose and abilities. Elara met his gaze steadily. I came to track and neutralize the temporal threat, Headmaster. Nothing more. And you, Harry, Dumbledore turned to him. You have shown remarkable knowledge and skill for a first-year student. One might almost think you had received additional training. Harry maintained his occlumency shields. I've always been a quick study, Professor. And when I learned about Voldemort and my parents, I wanted to be prepared. Dumbledore didn't press the issue directly, though his twinkling eyes suggested he suspected far more than he was saying. Instead, he addressed the immediate consequences. Professor Quirrell's disappearance will need to be explained, of course. A tragic magical accident while researching defense techniques will suffice for the school governors and the ministry. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. As for the stone, Nicholas has agreed it should be destroyed. He and Perenelle have enough elixir stored to set their affairs in order before embracing the next great adventure. He rose from his desk, signaling the meeting's conclusion. I believe discretion regarding tonight's events would be wise. Time magic tends to attract unwanted attention. The unspeakables, Elara said with a nod. They're already investigating temporal disturbances around Hogwarts. Indeed. Dumbledore's expression grew somber. Their methods can be invasive when they believe temporal security is at risk. Best not to give them additional reasons to focus here. As they prepared to leave, Dumbledore added one final comment. Whatever training or knowledge you both possess, and I suspect it is considerable, I hope you will use it wisely in the challenges ahead. Voldemort's spirit may be temporarily contained, but I fear we have not seen the last of him. The remainder of the school year passed in relative calm. The official story of Professor Quirrell's unfortunate accident during experimental spell research was accepted with varying degrees of skepticism by the student body. Defense against the dark arts classes were covered by other professors on rotation until term's end. Harry, Ron, and Hermione focused on preparing for exams, though Harry found the first-year material trivial after his training with Merlin. He carefully performed at a level that marked him as exceptionally talented but not impossibly advanced, earning top marks alongside Hermione. His friendship with Elara continued, though they met less frequently now that the immediate threats had been neutralized. She explained that she would be leaving Hogwarts at term's end, returning to her research and monitoring of temporal anomalies elsewhere. The Tempest Feeder was contained, but not destroyed, she reminded Harry during one of their final meetings in the pocket. And its presence here was no coincidence. Something drew it specifically to this convergence of factors: you, me, Voldemort, the stone. Someone or something is manipulating temporal events. Kronos? Harry suggested. Perhaps, though it's not usually so indirect. Elara frowned thoughtfully. I'll continue investigating from my end. You should focus on preparing for Voldemort's eventual return. The temporal loop won't hold his spirit forever, it's too powerful, too determined. On their last night at Hogwarts, after the end-of-year feast where Gryffindor won the House Cup, partly thanks to points Harry, Ron, and Hermione received for special services to the school that Dumbledore never fully explained to the student body, Harry met Elara on the astronomy tower for their farewell. I have something for you, she said, handing him a small box. Inside was a modified version of her resonance stone, now set in a simple ring. This will help us stay connected, even at a distance. If you encounter temporal disturbances or need my help, channel a small amount of magic into it. I'll feel the signal and find you. Thank you, Harry said, slipping the ring onto his finger where it resized perfectly. Will I see you again? Count on it, Elara replied with a smile. Our timelines are connected now, Harry Potter. I suspect they will continue to intersect in interesting ways. The following morning, students boarded the Hogwarts Express for the journey back to London. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione, listening to their summer plans and sharing carefully edited versions of his own. As the train pulled away from Hogsmeade Station, Harry looked back at the castle that had become more of a home to him than Privet Drive ever was. His first year had brought challenges and revelations beyond what even Merlin had prepared him for: temporal entities, unexpected allies, and a direct confrontation with Voldemort. Yet he felt more ready than ever for what lay ahead. His magical abilities had grown through practical application, his understanding of the wizarding world had deepened, and he had begun building the network of friendships and alliances he would need for the greater challenges to come. The temporal compass in his trunk and the resonance ring on his finger reminded him that his journey existed on multiple levels: the public role as Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the private development of his extraordinary magical potential, and the secret war against forces that threatened not just lives but time itself. As the Scottish countryside rolled past the windows, Harry allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. The first major test had been met and overcome. Merlin would be proud. But this was just the beginning, the forging of the mage had only just begun. Chapter 3, Return to Destiny. The summer air hung heavy over Little Whinging as Harry stepped off the Hogwarts Express at King's Cross Station. His first year at the magical school was over, but the real journey was just beginning. Write to me, won't you? Hermione asked, giving him a quick hug before joining her parents. And do try to stay out of trouble. Harry laughed. I'll write, but no promises about the trouble. Ron clapped him on the shoulder. Mental year, wasn't it? Can't wait to see what happens next term. Maybe we'll have a defense professor who doesn't disappear mysteriously. If only you knew, Harry thought. Yeah, that would make a nice change. As the Weasley family disappeared into the crowd, Harry spotted Uncle Vernon waiting near the barrier, his face already purpling at the sight of Harry's trunk and owl cage. This would be his final summer at Privet Drive. Merlin's training had prepared him for independence, and he had plans that didn't include returning to the Dursleys after his second year. Boy, Vernon grunted by way of greeting. Let's get this over with. The drive back to Privet Drive passed in blessed silence. Vernon had apparently decided that minimal interaction was the safest approach to his increasingly mysterious nephew. Harry was fine with that arrangement, it gave him time to plan. When they arrived, Harry carried his trunk upstairs without being asked, settling into the smallest bedroom that had become his since his return from Merlin's sanctuary. The Dursleys maintained their distance, an arrangement reinforced by the subtle magical suggestion Merlin had implanted in their minds. That evening, after a silent dinner where Dudley kept shooting him nervous glances, Harry retreated to his room and began organizing for the summer ahead. He pulled out parchment and quill, making lists of preparations, books to acquire, contacts to establish, locations to visit. Most importantly, he needed to secure his independence. The trust vault his parents had left him contained enough gold for school expenses, but accessing the main Potter family vault required either reaching his majority or establishing legal emancipation. "Time to start pulling some strings," Harry murmured, writing a formal letter to Gringotts requesting information about his accounts and inheritance options. Merlin had taught him the proper language for such communications, formal without being obsequious, confident without arrogance. He sent Hedwig off with this first critical message, then turned his attention to the other item requiring immediate action, the Elara situation. Their parting at Hogwarts had felt unfinished. The temporal threats they'd faced together created a bond that transcended normal friendship, and Harry suspected she knew more about the challenges ahead than she'd revealed. He activated the resonance ring she'd given him, channeling a small pulse of magic that would signal his desire to communicate. Whether she'd respond immediately or take days remained to be seen. Chronomancers operated on their own timescales. Sure enough, just minutes after sending the signal, a soft golden light appeared in the corner of his room, expanding into a small portal through which Elara's face appeared. "That was quick," Harry said, genuinely surprised. "I wasn't expecting an immediate response." Elara smiled. "I may have been waiting for your signal. Temporal perception has its advantages. How's the research going?" Harry asked, keeping his voice low enough not to alert the Dursleys. "Concerning," she replied, her expression growing serious. "The temporal disruption we contained hasn't dissipated as expected. It's creating ripples, drawing attention from multiple quarters. The unspeakables. And others." Elara glanced over her shoulder as if checking for eavesdroppers. "I've detected Kronos' signature several times in the past week. It's searching for something, or someone." Harry felt a chill. "Me? Possibly. Or perhaps the fragment of Voldemort we trapped in the time loop." She leaned closer to the portal. "Harry, I need to ask you something important. During your training with Merlin, did he ever mention temporal nexus points?" Harry searched his memories of Merlin's lessons. "He mentioned that certain moments act as hinges in time, events where multiple possible futures converge and one path is chosen." "Exactly. I believe we're approaching such a nexus." Her voice dropped even lower. "The coming year at Hogwarts will be crucial, not just for you personally, but for the entire time stream. Does this have something to do with Dumbledore? You mentioned watching him." Elara nodded. "His actions suggest he's aware of temporal fluctuations but interpreting them through a limited framework. He's preparing for Voldemort's return, but not for the wider temporal crisis that might accompany it." "What should I do?" Harry asked, automatically slipping into the role of student with a trusted mentor, a dynamic reminiscent of his relationship with Merlin. "Prepare, gather allies, and watch for signs." Elara's image flickered slightly. "I can't maintain this connection much longer, cross-temporal communication draws attention. But I'll be monitoring the situation. Use the ring if you discover anything significant." "One more thing," Harry said quickly. "Do you know anything about the Chamber of Secrets?" Elara's eyes widened. "How did you?" The connection wavered. "Be careful with that knowledge, Harry. The chamber represents more than just Slytherin's legacy. It's..." Her words cut off as the portal collapsed, leaving Harry alone in his bedroom once more. "Great," he muttered. "Cryptic warnings are exactly what I needed." But Elara's concern about the chamber confirmed Harry's suspicions. Merlin had mentioned it would be opened during Harry's second year, leading to petrifications and nearly a student's death. If that timeline remained consistent, Harry needed to prepare. Over the next several days, Harry established his summer routine. Mornings were spent maintaining his physical conditioning through runs around the neighborhood and calisthenics in his room. Afternoons focused on magical theory and reviewing memory crystals from Merlin. Evenings were dedicated to correspondence and planning. Responses to his letters arrived steadily. Gringotts provided the expected information about inheritance procedures, confirming that a hearing at the ministry could potentially grant him emancipated minor status given his unique circumstances. Ron wrote about family antics at the Burrow, while Hermione sent pages of analysis about their first-year experiences and summer reading recommendations. Most interesting was an unexpected letter from Neville Longbottom. "Dear Harry, I hope your summer is going well. My grandmother was surprised when I told her we'd become friends at Hogwarts. She knew your parents well and says they would be proud of you. The real reason I'm writing is something strange happened yesterday. A house elf appeared in our garden, looking for you. When Gran questioned him, he said he needed to warn the great Harry Potter about a terrible danger at Hogwarts. The elf seemed frightened when he realized you weren't here and disappeared before saying more. I thought you should know. Is someone trying to scare you away from returning to school? Best regards." Neville. Harry read the letter twice, frowning thoughtfully. In Merlin's recounting of the original timeline, a house elf named Dobby had tried to prevent Harry from returning to Hogwarts to protect him from the danger of the chamber. The elf belonged to the Malfoy family and had knowledge of Lucius Malfoy's plot involving Voldemort's diary. So that part of the timeline is still intact, Harry murmured. Interesting. He penned a quick thank you to Neville, deliberately not addressing the house elf situation directly. If Dobby was searching for him, the elf would eventually find him, and Harry wanted that meeting to happen on his terms. A week into the summer holidays, Hedwig returned with Gringotts' response to his inheritance inquiry. The goblins had scheduled a preliminary hearing at the ministry for the following Tuesday, suggesting Harry bring magical guardians or advocates if possible. Since Dumbledore was his technical magical guardian, a position Harry intended to challenge, he needed another respected adult to support his case. After consideration, he penned a formal request to Professor McGonagall, explaining his situation in terms that appealed to her sense of fairness without revealing his full capabilities. McGonagall's response arrived promptly. "Mr. Potter, your request is unusual but not unprecedented. While I have concerns about a student your age seeking emancipation, I understand your reluctance to remain with relatives who have shown you little care or understanding. I will accompany you to the ministry hearing as requested, though I must be clear that my presence does not indicate opposition to the headmaster, merely support for your right to present your case appropriately. Please meet me in the Leaky Cauldron at 9 a.m. on Tuesday. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." "Perfect," Harry said, satisfied. McGonagall's reputation for strictness but absolute fairness would lend credibility to his petition. The night before the hearing, Harry was awakened by a soft pop at the foot of his bed. He was instantly alert, wand in hand before his eyes fully opened, a habit from Merlin's surprise combat drills. A small figure stood there, large ears, tennis ball-sized eyes, wearing what appeared to be a pillowcase fashioned into clothing. "Dobby," Harry said, lowering his wand slightly but remaining vigilant. The house elf's eyes widened impossibly further. "Harry Potter knows Dobby's name. Harry Potter truly is the greatest wizard of all." "Keep your voice down," Harry interrupted gently. "The muggles are sleeping." Dobby nodded vigorously, ears flapping. "Dobby has come to warn the great Harry Potter. He must not return to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year." "Why not?" Harry asked, though he already knew the answer. "There is a plot, Harry Potter. A plot to make most terrible things happen at Hogwarts this year." Dobby twisted his pillowcase nervously. "Harry Potter must stay where he is safe." Harry regarded the elf thoughtfully. In the original timeline, Dobby had gone to extreme lengths to prevent his return to Hogwarts, even magically sealing the barrier at King's Cross and causing chaos at Privet Drive. He needed to handle this differently. "Dobby, I appreciate your warning, truly." Harry leaned forward, speaking earnestly. But I need more information if I'm going to protect myself and my friends. Who's planning these terrible things? Dobby looked agonized, pulling at his ears. Dobby cannot say, sir. Dobby cannot betray his family. The Malfoys, Harry said quietly. The elf gasped, then began banging his head against the bedpost. Harry quickly caught him, gently but firmly preventing the self-punishment. Stop, please. I already knew, Dobby. You haven't betrayed anyone. Harry kept his voice calm, projecting the confident compassion Merlin had taught him when dealing with magical beings. What I need to know is what's going to happen. Does it involve the Chamber of Secrets? Dobby froze, his huge eyes filling with tears. Harry Potter knows so much. Harry Potter is in even greater danger than Dobby feared. He wrung his hands desperately. Yes, the chamber. A terrible evil lurks there, controlled by an object most dark. A diary? Harry pressed, knowing he was walking a delicate line between gathering information and causing Dobby more distress. The house elf was trembling now. Harry Potter must not speak of such things. If Harry Potter's enemies knew what he knows. He shuddered violently. Harry Potter would never be safe. Harry made a quick decision. Dobby, I promise you I will be careful. But I can't stay away from Hogwarts, my friends would be in danger without me there to help them. The great Harry Potter thinks of his friends, Dobby whispered, admiration and worry battling in his expression. So noble, so valiant. If you really want to help me, Harry continued, there's something else you could do. Something that wouldn't betray your family but would help keep everyone safe. Dobby's ears perked up slightly. What could Dobby do for the great Harry Potter? Watch and warn me. If you notice anything happening with this diary or the chamber, find a way to let me know. That would be far more helpful than trying to keep me away from school. The house elf considered this, tugging thoughtfully at his pillowcase. Dobby could do this, yes. Dobby could watch and warn without stopping Harry Potter. His expression brightened momentarily before darkening again. But the danger is still too great. I'll be prepared, Dobby. I promise. Harry offered his hand to the startled elf. Partners in protecting Hogwarts. Hesitantly, Dobby extended his long-fingered hand and shook Harry's. Dobby agrees. But Harry Potter must promise to be careful. The one who would use the chamber seeks more than just fear. What do they seek? Harry asked. A return, Dobby whispered cryptically. A terrible return. With that ominous warning, Dobby disappeared with a soft pop, leaving Harry to ponder the confirmation that Lucius Malfoy's plot with the diary was indeed aimed at restoring Voldemort through some means connected to the chamber. Tuesday morning arrived with perfect summer weather. Harry dressed carefully in the wizarding attire he'd purchased during his Diagon Alley visit last year, simple but well-made robes in dark green that complemented his eyes. Appearance mattered in wizarding politics, as Merlin had emphasized repeatedly. He left a note for the Dursleys explaining he'd be out for the day, then walked several blocks to a secluded area where he could safely summon the night bus, a wizarding transportation method Merlin had described in detail. Extending his wand hand, Harry waited only seconds before a violently purple triple-decker bus screeched to a halt in front of him. Welcome to the night bus, emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard, announced a pimply-faced young man in a purple uniform. My name is Stan Shunpike, and I will be your conductor this morning. Leaky cauldron, please, Harry said, handing over the fare and climbing aboard. The journey was exactly the chaotic, stomach-churning experience Merlin had described, beds sliding wildly as the bus jumped impossibly from location to location. Harry maintained his balance through the techniques Merlin had taught him for magical transportation, impressing Stan with his composure. Most first-timers end up on the floor, they do, Stan commented as they approached London. Harry smiled. I've always had good balance. The leaky cauldron was relatively quiet when Harry arrived at 8:45 a.m. He spotted Professor McGonagall already waiting, dressed in formal teaching robes and wearing her characteristic stern expression. "Good morning, Professor," Harry greeted her politely. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. "Mr. Potter. Punctual, I see. And properly dressed for the occasion. Your father would have required significant persuasion to appear so presentable." Harry smiled at this glimpse into his father's character. "Thank you for agreeing to accompany me today. I know this request was unexpected." "Indeed it was." McGonagall studied him with her penetrating gaze. "I must say, Mr. Potter, you seem remarkably composed for a boy who has only recently re-entered the wizarding world. Most children your age would be intimidated by ministry proceedings." "I've had to grow up quickly," Harry replied, offering a partial truth. "And I've been studying wizarding customs and laws since discovering my heritage." McGonagall looked like she wanted to inquire further, but merely nodded. "The hearing is scheduled for 10 o'clock. We should proceed to the ministry with time to spare." They traveled by flow, Harry executing the magical transportation perfectly despite it theoretically being his first time, earning another curious look from McGonagall. The Ministry of Magic's atrium was impressive even to Harry's prepared eyes, the peacock blue ceiling inlaid with gleaming golden symbols, the polished dark wood floor, and the magnificent fountain of magical brethren at the center. After obtaining visitor badges and passing security, they took the elevator to level 2, where the hearing would take place in a small courtroom adjacent to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. "Professor Dumbledore has been notified of these proceedings," McGonagall informed him as they waited outside the courtroom. "As your magical guardian, he has the right to attend." Harry nodded, having anticipated this. "I understand. My petition isn't about rejecting his guidance, just establishing my legal status." The doors opened precisely at 10 o'clock. Inside, a panel of 3 wizards and witches sat at a raised desk. Harry recognized Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE, in the center position, a positive sign, as Merlin had described her as scrupulously fair. To her right sat an older wizard with a monocle who Harry didn't recognize, and to her left was a witch with an unfortunate resemblance to a toad. Hearing for the emancipation petition of Harry James Potter, Madame Bones announced formally. "Present are the petitioner, witness Minerva McGonagall, and ministry representatives myself, Amelia Bones, Tiberius Ogden of the Wisengamot, and Dolores Umbridge of the minister's office." Harry stepped forward confidently. "Thank you for hearing my petition, distinguished members of the panel." Madame Bones nodded. "Mr. Potter, this is an unusual request for someone of your age. The standard for magical emancipation requires demonstrating exceptional maturity, financial independence, and compelling circumstances. Please present your case." For the next 20 minutes, Harry outlined his situation with precise clarity, his unsuitable Muggle guardians, his status as the last Potter, his trust vault providing financial stability, and his need for self-determination given the unique public interest in his life. He was careful to present himself as mature but not unnaturally so, knowledgeable but not suspiciously advanced. McGonagall provided supporting testimony about his academic performance and responsible behavior at Hogwarts. Throughout the presentation, Umbridge's expression grew increasingly sour, while Ogden nodded thoughtfully at several points. Madame Bones maintained a neutral expression, asking occasional clarifying questions. "I must object to this entire proceeding," Umbridge finally interrupted, her voice high-pitched and girlish despite her stern expression. "The boy is clearly being manipulated into seeking independence from his rightful guardians. The ministry cannot condone undermining established authority figures." "I assure you, Madame Umbridge, no one is manipulating me," Harry replied calmly. "I've researched the relevant laws carefully and am acting in my own interest." "Such research would be beyond the capabilities of an average 12-year-old, Umbridge countered with a simpering smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Who has been helping you, Mr. Potter? Who stands to gain from your emancipation?" Before Harry could respond, the courtroom doors opened, and Albus Dumbledore strode in, resplendent in midnight blue robes sprinkled with silver stars. "Forgive my tardiness," the headmaster said cheerfully. A meeting with the International Confederation ran longer than expected. Headmaster Dumbledore, Madam Bones acknowledged. As Mr. Potter's magical guardian, you have an interest in these proceedings. We were just hearing his petition for emancipated minor status. Indeed. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose as he glanced between Harry and McGonagall. Most interesting. Harry maintained his composure, though inwardly he recalculated his approach. Dumbledore's presence complicated matters. The headmaster preferred Harry remain under his influence, though for ostensibly protective reasons. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said kindly, I'm curious what prompted this petition. If there are concerns about your current guardianship arrangements, we might address those directly. With respect, Headmaster, Harry replied, my concerns extend beyond just my current living situation. As the last Potter, I believe I should have legal standing to manage my family's affairs and make decisions about my future without requiring permission from guardians who may not fully understand the wizarding world. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, though Harry detected calculation behind the grandfatherly facade. A mature perspective, certainly. However, there are protections in place at your aunt's home that are crucial to your safety, protections based on your mother's sacrifice and the blood connection you share with her sister. Harry had anticipated this argument. I understand the blood ward's importance, Headmaster. My petition doesn't seek to sever that protection immediately. I would still return there as needed to maintain the wards, but as an emancipated minor, I would have legal authority over the duration and conditions of those stays. This nuanced response clearly surprised Dumbledore, whose expression flickered briefly before returning to benign interest. You seem remarkably well informed about complex magical protections, Harry. I've been studying, sir, Harry said simply. My parents gave their lives to protect me. Understanding how that protection continues seems the least I can do to honor their sacrifice. A heavy silence followed this statement. McGonagall looked proud, Ogden impressed, and even Umbridge seemed momentarily stymied. Dumbledore regarded Harry with renewed intensity, clearly reassessing the boy before him. Perhaps, Dumbledore suggested gently, a compromise might be reached. Partial emancipation for specific purposes, management of the Potter estate, for instance, while maintaining the protective guardianship arrangement. Madam Bones considered this. Such an arrangement has precedent, particularly for ancient and noble houses with sole heirs. Harry sensed the political currents shifting. While full emancipation might not be achievable against Dumbledore's soft opposition, a significant partial victory was within reach. I would consider such a compromise, Harry agreed, provided it includes legal authority to determine my residence during holidays, within parameters that maintain the blood protection. The negotiation continued for another hour, resulting in a settlement that satisfied Harry's primary objectives: control over the Potter accounts with supervision from the Goblin account manager rather than a wizard trustee, legal authority to approve or reject his living arrangements, and recognition as the Potter heir with all attendant responsibilities and privileges. In exchange, Harry agreed to maintain the blood protection by spending at least 2 weeks each summer at Privet Drive, and accepted Dumbledore's continued role as his educational guardian in school-related matters. As they left the ministry, Harry felt Dumbledore's evaluating gaze on him. The headmaster had clearly not expected such a calculated, well-informed approach from his young charge. A most productive morning, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said mildly as they reached the atrium. I confess myself surprised by your knowledge of wizarding law and magical theory. Harry met the headmaster's eyes, maintaining his basic occlumency shields without being aggressively defensive. I believe my parents would have wanted me to understand my heritage, sir. Since discovering I was a wizard, I've tried to learn everything I can. A commendable attitude. Dumbledore smiled, though his eyes remained calculating. Knowledge is a powerful tool, though sometimes a dangerous one when acquired too quickly. The gentle warning was clear. Harry nodded respectfully but didn't back down. I believe it's more dangerous to remain ignorant, especially given the circumstances of my parents' deaths. Indeed. Dumbledore's expression grew more serious. Which brings me to another matter. Professor McGonagall mentioned some unusual events toward the end of last term, your encounter with Professor Quirrell near the third-floor corridor. Harry had prepared for this conversation. He was acting strangely, sir. My scar hurt whenever he was near, especially that night. I followed him because I was concerned he might harm someone. Your scar hurt? Dumbledore looked genuinely interested now. That is significant, Harry. Did this happen often in Professor Quirrell's presence? Yes, sir. Almost every class, though it was worse that final night. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I suspected as much. Professor Quirrell's unfortunate condition was related to Lord Voldemort. Your scar appears to react to Voldemort's presence or influence. So it's true then? Harry asked, feigning greater ignorance than he possessed. Voldemort wasn't really defeated that night. He's still out there somewhere. In a manner of speaking, Dumbledore confirmed. Reduced, formless, but seeking ways to return. Professor Quirrell had allowed himself to become a vessel for what remains of Voldemort's consciousness, a possession that ultimately proved fatal. This semi-honest explanation aligned with the official story that Quirrell had died in a magical accident, rather than being trapped in a temporal loop with Voldemort and a Tempest feeder. Will he try again? To come back, I mean. Harry asked, though he already knew the answer. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. I believe he will never stop trying, Harry. Which is why your safety remains my paramount concern. Their conversation was interrupted by a ministry official approaching with paperwork regarding Harry's new status. By the time they'd completed the formalities, Dumbledore had been called away to another meeting, leaving Harry with Professor McGonagall. That was remarkably well handled, Mr. Potter, McGonagall commented as they prepared to leave the ministry. Most students your age would have been intimidated by the headmaster's presence. Harry smiled. I have great respect for Professor Dumbledore, but I also believe in standing up for myself. McGonagall's lips twitched in what might have been a suppressed smile. Indeed. Your mother would approve, she was quite formidable when advocating for what she believed right. Thank you for telling me that, Harry said sincerely. I don't hear much about her. Everyone seems to focus on my resemblance to my father. Lily Evans was brilliant, determined, and fiercely loyal to those she loved, McGonagall said, her expression softening with memory. And while you do look remarkably like James, those who knew your mother well can see her in you too, and not just your eyes. With his new legal status established, Harry's summer plans accelerated. His first action was scheduling a meeting with the Potter account manager at Gringotts, where he reviewed the full extent of his inheritance for the first time. The Potter wealth was substantial, not in the league of the Malfoys or Blacks, but more than sufficient to provide independence. More valuable were the properties: Potter Cottage in Godric's Hollow, damaged but reparable, a London townhouse currently under preservation charms, and shares in several wizarding businesses including quality Quidditch supplies and a potions ingredient supplier. Most intriguing was a family grimoire, a collection of spells, potions, and magical knowledge passed down through generations of Potters. The Goblin account manager, Barchoke, explained that accessing it required a blood verification and could only be done in a secure Gringotts ritual room. The grimoire has been sealed since your parents' deaths, Barchoke explained. As the last Potter and now recognized heir, you alone can unlock it. The ritual was simple but solemn. In a stone chamber deep beneath Gringotts, Harry placed 7 drops of blood on an ornate silver plate. The blood flowed into channels forming the Potter family crest, a shield featuring a stag and several magical symbols Harry didn't immediately recognize. When the blood reached the center of the crest, a flash of golden light filled the chamber. When it faded, an ancient leather-bound tome lay on the silver plate, the same crest embossed on its cover. The Potter grimoire acknowledges you, Barchoke stated formally. It is yours to study and eventually pass to your heirs. Harry reverently picked up the book, feeling a connection to his family's magical legacy. Inside were handwritten entries dating back centuries, spells for protection and healing predominated, reflecting the Potter family's historical alignment with defensive rather than offensive magic. Most valuable were his parents' contributions. His father had added several advanced transfiguration techniques, while his mother's elegant script detailed charms and potions innovations, including preliminary work on the protection that had ultimately saved Harry's life. "This is incredible," Harry murmured, carefully turning the ancient pages. "My family's magical heritage." "The grimoire can only be read by those of Potter blood," Barchoke explained. To others, the pages would appear blank or filled with mundane household charms. Harry arranged for the grimoire to be kept in his personal vault for now, accessible whenever he visited Gringotts. With his financial and legal matters settled, he turned his attention to the more immediate concern, preparing for the Chamber of Secrets crisis. According to Merlin's account and Dobby's warning, Lucius Malfoy would plant Voldemort's diary on a student, most likely Ginny Weasley, during a confrontation with Arthur Weasley at Flourish and Blotts. The diary would possess its victim, forcing them to open the chamber and release the basilisk. Harry needed more information about basilisks and their weaknesses. While Merlin had covered magical creatures extensively, Harry wanted to verify specific details relevant to the Hogwarts situation. A trip to Flourish and Blotts provided some reference materials, but the most useful text came from an obscure bookshop in Diagon Alley, Serpents Maxima, Myths and Realities of Magical Serpents. The shopkeeper had looked suspicious when a young boy requested such an advanced text, but Harry's confident demeanor and generous payment overcame any reluctance. The book confirmed what he needed to know: basilisks could kill with direct eye contact, petrify through indirect sight, reflections, etc., and feared roosters whose crow was fatal to them. They were also virtually impervious to most spells due to their magical hide, though their eyes remained vulnerable. "Perfect," Harry muttered, making notes on parchment. Now for the diary itself. Understanding Horcruxes, though he carefully avoided using that specific term in his research, proved more challenging. Information on soul containers was restricted, with most references removed from public access. However, Harry's status as the Potter heir gave him access to the private collection room at Flourish and Blotts, where older, rarer texts were kept. There, in Magic's Most Evil, he found oblique references to the process and dangers of splitting one's soul through murder and ritual. The text didn't provide specific destruction methods, but confirmed such objects could only be destroyed by something powerful enough to damage them beyond magical repair, basilisk venom being one such substance, ironically. By mid-August, Harry had formulated his strategy for the coming year. He'd need to intercept the diary before or immediately after it reached Ginny Weasley, neutralize the basilisk threat, and ensure Voldemort's soul fragment was properly destroyed. He'd also need allies. While he valued Ron and Hermione's friendship, neither was prepared for the truth about his training with Merlin or his full capabilities. He needed someone who could handle the full reality of temporal displacement and magical anomalies. The answer came in an unexpected form. While browsing the magical menagerie for owl treats, Harry literally bumped into Luna Lovegood, a small, ethereal blonde girl with protuberant eyes and a dreamy expression. "Oh. Sorry," Harry apologized, steadying her with a quick hand on her elbow. "That's all right," she replied in a sing-song voice. "The Raxperts around you made it difficult to see clearly. You have quite the temporal aura, Harry Potter." Harry froze, staring at the girl. "What did you just say? About the Raxperts? Or your temporal aura?" Luna smiled serenely. "It's quite beautiful, really, layers of time all compressed together like a rainbow cake." "Who are you?" Harry asked, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. "Luna Lovegood. I'll be starting Hogwarts this year." She tilted her head curiously. "You're much older than you appear, aren't you? The Nargles told me someone like you might exist." Harry made a swift decision. "Luna, would you like to get an ice cream at Fortescue's? I think we have some interesting things to discuss." Over ice cream, Harry carefully probed Luna's unusual perceptions. It became clear that while her terminology was unconventional, Luna possessed genuine magical sensitivity to temporal and dimensional anomalies, what she called seeing beyond the veil. Daddy studies unusual magical creatures, Luna explained, but I've always been more interested in the spaces between things. The folds in reality where magic doesn't quite follow the rules everyone expects. And you can see these folds? Harry asked. Luna nodded, licking her spoon thoughtfully. Not with my eyes, exactly. It's more like knowing. The way you know you're hungry without someone telling you. She fixed him with her protuberant gaze. You've been somewhere outside normal time, haven't you? With someone very old and very powerful. Harry made another decision. Luna, what I'm about to tell you needs to stay completely secret. Can I trust you? Of course, she said simply. Secrets are important. Like the one about the diary that's coming to Hogwarts. Harry nearly dropped his spoon. You know about that? Not exactly, Luna admitted. But I've seen something dark circling around this year at school, like a smudge on a timeline. It feels hungry. By the end of their conversation, Harry had gained a truly valuable ally. Luna's unique perspective and apparent ability to perceive temporal and magical disruptions made her an ideal confidant. While he didn't share everything about his training with Merlin, he confirmed her suspicion that he had experienced time differently than others. Luna, for her part, promised to help monitor the dark smudge once they reached Hogwarts. I'll be in Ravenclaw, I expect, she said matter-of-factly. But houses don't really matter for things like this, do they? The final week before term brought one last significant development. Harry received an enthusiastic letter from Ron inviting him to spend the remaining holiday at the Burrow. Dear Harry, hope the Muggles are treating you okay. We haven't heard much from you this summer. Dad's got the day off work next Friday and we're going to London to get our school things. Can you meet us at Diagon Alley? Better yet, come stay with us for the last week of holidays. Mum says it's fine. Let us know if you can come and we'll pick you up, no matter what the Muggles say. Ron. P.S. Percy's been made a prefect. He's insufferable. The timing was perfect. Harry had planned to be in Diagon Alley that day anyway to intercept the diary incident. Having legitimate reasons to be with the Weasleys would make positioning himself correctly much easier. He sent a positive response with Hedwig, suggesting they meet at the Leaky Cauldron rather than the Dursleys collecting him, an arrangement that suited everyone involved. Friday morning found Harry waiting at the Leaky Cauldron when the Weasley family arrived in a whirlwind of red hair and excited chatter. Mrs. Weasley enveloped him in a warm hug, while Mr. Weasley enthusiastically shook his hand, peppering him with questions about Muggle life until his wife intervened. Ron's told us all about you, of course, Mrs. Weasley said kindly. Saved him from a mountain troll, I hear. Harry smiled, genuinely happy to be among the warm, chaotic Weasley clan. Ron exaggerates. We helped each other. He was introduced to Ginny, who blushed crimson and seemed unable to speak in his presence. Harry treated her kindly but casually, remembering Merlin's description of her eventual growth into a confident, powerful witch, development that had been temporarily derailed by the diary's influence in the original timeline. Right then, Mr. Weasley said cheerfully. Let's head to Gringotts first, shall we? Harry accompanied the Weasleys to the Wizard Bank, tactfully offering to wait in the lobby while they visited their vault. He'd already withdrawn spending money for the term and had no desire to emphasize the disparity between the Potter fortune and the Weasleys' modest means. Their shopping proceeded pleasantly through apothecary supplies and cauldrons. At Flourish and Blots, they found a large crowd gathered for a book signing by Gilderoy Lockhart, the fraud who, according to Merlin, would become their incompetent defense professor this year. We can actually meet him. Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, patting her hair nervously. He's signing copies of his autobiography today. Harry positioned himself carefully near the entrance, watching for the Malfoys while pretending to browse nearby shelves. Sure enough, after Lockhart had spotted Harry and dragged him into an unwanted publicity photo, Draco Malfoy appeared at the top of the stairs, sneering down at the gathered Weasleys. Bet you loved that, didn't you, Potter? Draco drawled. Famous Harry Potter, can't even go into a bookshop without making the front page. Leave him alone, Ginny spoke up unexpectedly, glaring at Malfoy. Got yourself a girlfriend, Potter? Draco smirked. Before Ron could escalate the confrontation, Lucius Malfoy appeared behind his son, placing a hand on Draco's shoulder. Now, Draco, play nicely. His cold eyes fixed on Harry with calculated interest. Mr. Potter. At last we meet. Forgive me, but your scar is legend, as, of course, is the wizard who gave it to you. Voldemort murdered my parents, Harry replied calmly, ignoring the flinches his use of the name caused. I don't consider that particularly legendary, just tragic. Lucius's eyebrows rose slightly at Harry's composure. Before he could respond, Arthur Weasley joined them, tense but polite. Harry watched carefully as the expected confrontation unfolded, Lucius making cutting remarks about the Weasleys' finances, Arthur defending his family's honor, and the situation deteriorating into a brief physical scuffle that sent books flying. During the chaos, Harry spotted Lucius slipping the small black diary into Ginny's second-hand transfiguration book. With practiced sleight of hand, one of the many physical skills Merlin had insisted he master, Harry executed a swift switch, removing the diary and replacing it with a similarly sized notebook he prepared for this purpose. Neither Ginny nor Lucius noticed the exchange. The elder Malfoy straightened his robes, made a final cutting remark about the company Arthur kept, and swept from the shop with Draco in tow. Harry slipped the diary into an inside pocket of his robes, feeling the dark magical aura emanating from it even through the protective wrapping he'd placed around it. He'd need to deal with this properly, but not here, not now. The rest of the shopping trip passed without incident, and soon they were heading to the Burrow, a magical journey via Floo network that Harry executed perfectly, much to Ron's surprise. Most people mess up their first Floo trip, Ron commented as they carried Harry's trunk up to his room, Percy's old room, as Percy had been moved to Bill's old room now that he was a prefect. I read about it before trying, Harry explained with his standard excuse for unexpected competence. The Burrow was exactly as Merlin had described it, a magical, ramshackle home that defied architectural logic, held together by spells and the sheer force of family love. Harry felt instantly comfortable there, despite the cramped conditions and constant noise. That night, after the household had gone to sleep, Harry carefully examined the diary in the privacy of his temporary bedroom. The innocuous-looking book radiated malevolence that his magically sensitive training could detect easily. Opening it revealed blank pages and the name, T.M. Riddle, on the first page, Tom Marvolo Riddle, Voldemort's birth name. Harry didn't dare write in it, knowing from Merlin's account how the diary fragment of Voldemort could possess its user. Instead, he wrapped it in layers of protective spellwork, using techniques from both Merlin's training and the Potter Grimoire to contain its influence until he could properly destroy it. The week at the Burrow passed pleasantly. Harry joined in deganoming the garden, played pickup Quidditch with Ron and his brothers, and generally enjoyed being part of a large, loving family environment. He was careful to maintain his cover as a normal, if somewhat advanced, 12-year-old, limiting his magical displays to age-appropriate skills. Mrs. Weasley fussed over his thin frame, piling his plate with seconds and thirds at every meal. Mr. Weasley constantly questioned him about Muggle inventions, particularly fascinated by Harry's casual explanation of how airplanes stay up. The night before their departure for Hogwarts, Harry activated his resonance ring to update Alara on developments. Her face appeared in the small portal, looking tired but alert. You have the diary. That's significant progress. It's contained for now, Harry confirmed, keeping his voice low to avoid waking Ron in the neighboring room. But I need a safe way to destroy it. Basilisk venom would work, but I'd rather not face the Chamber's guardian if avoidable. There may be another option, Alara replied. Fiend fire would be effective, though extremely dangerous to control. Too dangerous to use at Hogwarts, Harry agreed. What about the Room of Requirement? In its Room of Hidden Things configuration, would that provide enough isolation to safely use controlled fiend fire? Alara looked thoughtful. Possibly, with the right containment wards. But Harry, fiend fire is well beyond standard curriculum, using it would raise questions about your capabilities. I'll find another way, Harry decided. The important thing is the diary won't be released into the school. Without it, the chamber should remain sealed. Don't underestimate the temporal momentum of these events, Elara warned. If the chamber was destined to open in this timeline, forces may align to make it happen through alternate means. Harry frowned. You think someone else might open it? I think destiny has a way of reasserting itself, especially around nexus points. Be vigilant. Elara's image flickered. I need to go, prolonged connection isn't safe. Good luck at Hogwarts. I'll be in touch. September 1st arrived with the usual Weasley chaos, forgotten socks, misplaced books, and a last-minute dash to the car Mr. Weasley had magically modified to fit everyone and their trunks. Harry participated in the friendly mayhem, inwardly amused at how different this was from his first, solitary journey to platform 9 3/4. They reached King's Cross with minutes to spare. Percy went first through the barrier, followed by Mr. Weasley with Ginny, then Mrs. Weasley. Harry and Ron prepared to go next when Harry felt his resonant stone grow suddenly hot against his chest. Wait, he told Ron sharply, grabbing his arm. Something's wrong with the barrier. Ron looked confused. What do you mean? It looks normal. Harry extended his magical senses, detecting a disruption in the passage spell. It's been sealed somehow. If we tried to go through, we'd crash. But how? Why? Ron asked, alarmed. The others got through fine. Harry frowned, remembering that in Merlin's account of the original timeline, Dobby had sealed the barrier to prevent Harry returning to Hogwarts. But Dobby had already agreed not to interfere this year. Unless someone else wanted to prevent their return. Let's find another way, Harry decided quickly. We could send Hedwig with a message to Hogwarts, then take the night bus. The what bus? Ron asked. Magical transportation for stranded witches and wizards, Harry explained. My treat, I've got plenty of spending money. After sending Hedwig ahead with notes for McGonagall and the Weasleys, they made their way to a secluded area where Harry summoned the night bus. Ron's expression when the violent purple vehicle appeared was priceless, a mixture of shock, alarm, and delight. This thing goes to Hogsmeade, he asked incredulously as they climbed aboard. It goes almost anywhere in Britain, Harry confirmed, paying Stan Shunpike for 2 passages to Hogsmeade Village. Hold on tight, it's a bumpy ride. Bumpy proved an understatement. The night bus careened through space, beds sliding wildly as they jumped from location to location. Ron alternated between whooping with excitement and looking faintly ill. They arrived in Hogsmeade by mid-afternoon, well ahead of the Hogwarts Express. A quick Patronus message from McGonagall, impressed by their resourcefulness in finding alternative transportation, directed them to wait at the 3 broomsticks until Hagrid could escort them to the castle. Brilliant thinking, Harry, Ron said as they enjoyed butterbeers in the cozy pub. Dad's always talking about the night bus, but I've never been on it before. How'd you know about it? Read about it, Harry gave his standard response. Seemed like useful information for emergencies. Hagrid arrived an hour later, beaming at the sight of them. Smart thinkin', you two. Most kids would have panicked or done something foolish like flyin' a car to Hogwarts. Harry suppressed a smile, remembering that exact scenario from Merlin's account of the original timeline. Just trying to be practical, Hagrid. That evening, they joined the rest of the school for the welcoming feast, arriving through a side entrance as the other students filed in from the carriages. Professor McGonagall gave them an approving nod before departing to collect the first years for sorting. Harry watched the sorting ceremony with particular interest, smiling encouragingly when Luna's name was called. She skipped cheerfully to the stool, completely unbothered by the hundreds of staring eyes. The hat took nearly a minute before declaring, Ravenclaw, and Luna drifted dreamily toward her new house table. She caught Harry's eye and gave him a small, knowing smile that he returned with a subtle nod. They had arranged to meet the following evening to discuss monitoring the dark smudge she had sensed around this school year. The feast proceeded normally until Dumbledore introduced their new defense against the dark arts teacher, Gilderoy Lockhart, resplendent in robes of forget-me-not blue that matched his eyes. The fraudulent wizard stood to enthusiastic applause from much of the female population, flashing his famously perfect teeth. Harry exchanged a look with Ron, who rolled his eyes dramatically. Hermione, however, seemed unusually flustered, smoothing her hair as Lockhart beamed at the student body. "Can you believe we get to learn from him all year?" she whispered excitedly. "He's done so many amazing things." "Has he?" Harry asked mildly. "I found his books a bit inconsistent." Hermione looked scandalized. "Harry. He's received the Order of Merlin, 3rd class. He's an honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League." "Right," Harry said noncommittally, making a mental note to find a gentle way to help Hermione see through Lockhart's deception before it became too embarrassing for her. As they made their way to Gryffindor Tower after the feast, Harry felt a familiar warm presence brush against his mind, not an intrusion, but a greeting. "Welcome back, Harry Potter," Luna's distinctive consciousness touched his. "The dark smudge grows stronger. But so do you." The first week of term established the pattern of Harry's second year. Classes resumed with increasing difficulty, though still well below his actual capabilities, forcing him to continue carefully moderating his performance. Herbology introduced them to mandrakes, which Harry knew would eventually provide the cure for petrification victims, if there were any, given his interception of the diary. Transfiguration advanced to transforming larger objects, while charms moved on to more complex movement spells. Defense against the dark arts, however, proved to be exactly the farce Merlin had described. Lockhart's first lesson involved releasing freshly caught Cornish pixies into the classroom, demonstrating his complete inability to control them, then fleeing while leaving the students to clean up his mess. "Did you see him?" Ron asked incredulously as they helped round up the last pixies. "Useless. Absolutely useless." Hermione defended Lockhart weakly. "He just wanted to give us some hands-on experience." "Hermione," Harry said gently, "don't you think it's odd that someone who claims to have defeated werewolves and vampires couldn't handle basic pixies?" She flushed but didn't respond, though Harry could see doubt beginning to form behind her eyes. Later that week, Harry met Luna in an unused classroom on the 4th floor. They had developed a simple code in their correspondence. References to homework study meant their private meetings about the chamber situation. "I've been mapping the dark smudge," Luna explained, laying out a parchment showing Hogwarts' layout with strange, swirling patterns marked in different colors. "It's strongest here." She pointed to the 2nd floor corridor where Moaning Myrtle's bathroom was located, the entrance to the chamber. "That makes sense," Harry nodded. "That's near where the chamber entrance is located." Luna studied him curiously. "You know a great deal for someone who's technically only been at Hogwarts for a year." Harry smiled. "Let's just say I've had access to some unusual information sources." "Your temporal displacement," Luna nodded sagely. "It bends knowledge around you like light through a prism." Though her description was characteristically Luna-esque, Harry found it surprisingly accurate. "The important thing is preventing the chamber from being opened. Without the diary to possess someone, it should remain sealed." Luna frowned slightly. "Yet the energy persists. Something still pulls at that location." She tilted her head, her protuberant eyes distant. Perhaps the diary was only one path to the same destination. This unsettling possibility aligned with Alara's warning about temporal momentum. Harry resolved to increase his monitoring of the 2nd floor corridor, adding it to his nighttime patrols under the invisibility cloak. The following week brought another complication: Quidditch tryouts. In his first year, Harry had declined joining the team to focus on more pressing concerns. Now, with the immediate chamber threat seemingly contained, he decided participation would help maintain his cover as a normal student with age-appropriate interests. "You're trying out?" Ron asked excitedly when Harry mentioned his plans. Brilliant. What position? Seeker, Harry replied. His natural flying ability, enhanced by Merlin's physical training, made him well suited for the position. The tryouts went predictably well. Though Harry deliberately held back from showing his full capabilities, his performance on the school broom was still exceptional enough to secure the Seeker position over several older students. Where did you learn to fly like that? Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor captain, demanded afterward, looking like Christmas had come early. You're a natural. Just feels right, Harry said with a modest shrug. Like I was born to fly. Wood clapped him on the shoulder enthusiastically. Well, with you on the team, the Quidditch Cup is as good as ours this year. The addition of Quidditch practice to Harry's schedule, 3 evenings a week plus weekend sessions, complicated his monitoring activities but provided excellent cover for his frequent absences from the common room. If anyone questioned where he'd been, extra flying practice became a convenient and believable explanation. September moved into October without incident. The diary remained securely contained in Harry's magically protected trunk compartment while he researched destruction methods that wouldn't reveal his advanced magical knowledge. Luna continued tracking the dark energy around the second-floor bathroom, reporting it remained strong but hadn't increased. On Halloween morning, Harry woke with a sense of foreboding. In the original timeline, this had been the date of the first attack, Mrs. Norris petrified and the ominous message about the chamber being open painted on the wall. Without the diary to possess Ginny, this shouldn't happen, yet Harry couldn't shake his unease. You seem distracted today, Hermione observed as they walked to Charms. Is something bothering you? Harry hesitated. While he wasn't ready to reveal everything to Hermione, her intelligence and research skills could be valuable allies if properly directed. I've been reading about Hogwarts history, he began carefully. Specifically, about something called the Chamber of Secrets. Ever heard of it? Hermione's eyes lit up at the research question. Of course. It's mentioned in Hogwarts, a history. Supposedly, Salazar Slytherin built a hidden chamber in the castle before he left. Legend says it contains some sort of monster that only his true heir can control. What kind of monster do you think it could be? Harry prompted. I haven't found any specifics, Hermione admitted, clearly intrigued by the puzzle. Logic suggests it would be something that could survive for centuries without care, possibly in hibernation. And given Slytherin's affinity for snakes, perhaps some sort of serpent. Harry nodded encouragingly. That's good reasoning. What about a basilisk? They can live for hundreds of years and are associated with parselmouths. Hermione looked startled. A basilisk? But that would be incredibly dangerous. Its direct gaze kills instantly. Exactly, Harry said quietly. Something worth researching further, don't you think? He could practically see Hermione's mind racing with this new avenue of investigation. I'll check the library this afternoon, she promised. Though information on basilisks might be in the restricted section. Let me know what you find, Harry said, satisfied he'd planted the seed that might eventually help protect her if his containment of the diary somehow failed. The Halloween feast that evening was the usual spectacular affair, floating pumpkins, live bats fluttering among the candles, and mountains of sweets. Yet Harry remained on edge, constantly checking his resonance stone for any change in the castle's magical signature. After the feast, as students began making their way back to dormitories, Harry felt a sudden spike of heat from the stone against his chest. Simultaneously, Luna caught his eye from the Ravenclaw table, her expression alarmed. Something was happening. I forgot my charms book in the library, Harry told Ron and Hermione hastily. You go ahead, I'll catch up. Before they could object, he slipped away from the crowd, ducking into an alcove to don his invisibility cloak. Under its protection, he raced toward the second-floor corridor, guided by the increasing warmth of the resonance stone. He arrived to find the corridor empty but for a puddle of water seeping from beneath the door of Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The wall where the message about the chamber had appeared in the original timeline remained blank, for now. Harry hesitated, listening intently. From inside the bathroom came a strange sound, not Myrtle's usual wailing, but a rhythmic hissing that raised the hair on his neck. Parseltongue. But who could be speaking it? With the diary safely contained in his trunk, no one should be opening the chamber. Unless someone else was a Parselmouth. Someone else with connections to Slytherin's legacy. Harry silently cast a series of detection spells Merlin had taught him, confirming no one else was in the immediate vicinity before slipping into the bathroom under his cloak. Inside, the scene was surreal. Water covered the floor from overflowing sinks, and moaning Myrtle was nowhere to be seen. Most concerning was the central sink, the one concealing the entrance to the chamber. It had partially moved aside, revealing the beginning of the pipe leading downward. Someone had opened it recently. "Who are you?" came a wavering voice behind him. Myrtle had appeared, hovering anxiously near her usual toilet. "Are you the one who scared away that nasty boy?" Harry remained silent under his cloak, not wanting to reveal his presence. "First he comes in here hissing at the sinks, then they start moving, and then he runs away when I appeared," Myrtle continued, speaking to the apparently empty bathroom. "Rude, if you ask me. No one ever considers how a sudden pipe opening might affect those of us who live in the plumbing." Harry's mind raced. Another Parselmouth had attempted to open the chamber but fled when interrupted by Myrtle. This changed everything. The threat wasn't contained with the diary after all. He needed to see inside the chamber, to confirm whether the basilisk had been awakened or remained dormant. But descending alone was reckless, even with his training. Harry slipped out of the bathroom, hurrying to a secluded alcove where he could activate his connection to Elara. "The chamber's been partially opened," he reported when her face appeared in the small portal. "Someone besides me can speak Parseltongue," but they were interrupted before completing the process. Elara's expression grew grave. "This confirms my theory about temporal momentum. Events of significant magical importance create their own inertia. If blocked in one way, they find another path. What should I do? I need to check if the basilisk is still dormant, but going alone seems foolish." "Don't enter yet," Elara advised. "Monitor the entrance. If the unknown Parselmouth returns, you'll want to identify them first. In the meantime, prepare defenses against a basilisk, mirrors to check around corners, rooster recordings if possible." Harry nodded. "I'll start tonight. Luna's already helping track magical disturbances around the entrance. Be careful, Harry. Whoever this new player is, they've managed to conceal their Parseltongue ability from the school, no small feat at Hogwarts." After ending the communication, Harry spent the rest of the evening setting up subtle monitoring charms around the bathroom entrance. These would alert him to anyone entering or using Parseltongue near the sinks. He also transfigured several small mirrors that could be strategically placed to provide safer viewing around corners if the basilisk emerged. Over the next several days, Harry maintained vigilant monitoring while proceeding with his normal school activities. His detection charms recorded no further attempts to open the chamber, though Luna reported that dark energy around the entrance had intensified. "It's like watching storm clouds gather," she explained during one of their meetings. "Something's building, waiting for the right moment." Hermione, meanwhile, had thrown herself into basilisk research with characteristic thoroughness. She approached Harry in the common room one evening, eyes bright with discovery. "I found something about basilisks," she whispered, sliding a book across the table. "They're incredibly deadly, but have key weaknesses. The crow of a rooster is fatal to them, and they fear spiders. Most importantly, direct eye contact kills, but reflected views only petrify." "Excellent research," Harry commended her. "But why the sudden interest in obscure magical creatures?" Hermione hesitated. "Something you said about the Chamber of Secrets got me thinking. If Slytherin's monster is a basilisk, and if someone were to open the chamber." She shivered slightly. "It's probably nothing, but better to be prepared, right?" "Right," Harry agreed, impressed by her intuitive leap. "Perhaps we should carry small mirrors, just in case. Could be useful for checking around corners." That's actually brilliant, Hermione said, looking thoughtful. I could enchant some compact mirrors to be unbreakable. Would you like one? Please. Make one for Ron too, we can tell him it's for a class project. With Hermione unknowingly providing additional protection measures, Harry turned his attention to identifying the mystery Parselmouth. He carefully observed his classmates during mealtimes and classes, looking for anyone exhibiting signs of secretive behavior or unusual interest in Slytherin's legacy. Several candidates emerged: Theodore Nott, a quiet Slytherin who often read alone in the library, an older Ravenclaw girl who Harry had noticed studying books on ancient magical bloodlines, even Professor Sinistra, who had recently been seen near the second-floor corridor during odd hours. The mystery deepened when, in mid-November, Harry's monitoring charms detected another attempt to open the chamber, this time at 3 in the morning when most of the castle was asleep. By the time Harry reached the bathroom under his invisibility cloak, the intruder had departed, leaving only the partially opened entrance as evidence of their visit. We need to see what's happening in the chamber itself, Harry told Luna during their next meeting. I'm going in, but I need someone to monitor from above and get help if necessary. Luna nodded solemnly. I can do that. When? This weekend. Saturday night after curfew. Most students will be exhausted from the Quidditch match, Gryffindor vs. Slytherin. The Quidditch match itself proved to be an unexpected complication. During a particularly intense moment chasing the snitch, Harry spotted something unusual in the stands, a figure moving against the flow of spectators, heading toward the castle while everyone's attention was fixed on the game. Making a split-second decision, Harry deliberately missed the snitch, allowing Malfoy to capture it and secure a Slytherin victory. Ignoring his teammates' disappointed looks, he raced to the changing rooms, quickly showered and changed, then slipped away under his invisibility cloak to follow the suspicious figure. His pursuit led to the familiar second-floor corridor and Myrtle's bathroom. Harry arrived just in time to see the sink closing. Someone had entered the chamber during the distraction of the Quidditch match. This changed the timeline for his own investigation. Instead of waiting until night, Harry needed to act immediately. He sent his Patronus, a skill Merlin had insisted he master, to find Luna with an urgent message: chamber open now. Coming to bathroom. Bring mirrors. While waiting for Luna, Harry checked his equipment: enchanted unbreakable mirror, basilisk skin gloves from the Potter Grimoire collection, and his wand, ready for combat. He'd also prepared a recording of a rooster's crow, magically preserved in a small crystal that would amplify the sound when activated. Luna arrived breathless but composed, her own mirrored glasses perched on her nose. The dark energy is pulsing, she reported. Whatever's happening down there is accelerating. I'm going in, Harry decided. If I don't return or contact you within 2 hours, get Professor Dumbledore. Tell him there's a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets beneath the school. With a determined nod to Luna, Harry approached the sink and focused on the small snake carved into the copper tap. Open, he commanded in Parseltongue. The sink moved aside, revealing the large pipe descending into darkness. Without hesitation, Harry cast a cushioning charm at the bottom of the pipe and slid down into the gloom. He landed in a damp tunnel littered with small animal bones. Casting a quiet Lumos, Harry proceeded cautiously, mirror extended to check around corners before exposing himself. The tunnel wound deeper beneath the school until it opened into a vast chamber lined with towering stone pillars carved with serpents. At the far end stood a massive statue of Salazar Slytherin, just as Merlin had described from the original timeline. What Merlin hadn't mentioned was the altar-like structure at the statue's base, a black stone platform inscribed with runes that glowed with sickly green light. Beside it stood a figure in hooded robes, back turned to Harry. I know you're there, Potter, the figure said without turning. Your disillusionment charm is good, but your footsteps echo. Harry realized he'd forgotten to silence his movements, a basic error Merlin would have scolded him for. He cancelled the disillusionment charm, keeping his mirror and wand ready. Who are you? He demanded. And how did you open the chamber? The figure turned, lowering their hood to reveal an unexpected face, Professor Quirinus Quirrell, who should have been trapped in a temporal loop with Voldemort and the Tempest Feeder. Surprised? Quirrell asked, his voice completely lacking its former stutter. Your little time trap was clever, but woefully inadequate for containing one who has mastered death itself. Harry's mind raced. This shouldn't be possible. You're not Quirrell, he concluded. Not really. Perceptive. The Quirrell thing smiled coldly. Let's say I'm an echo. A fragment released when your temporal prison developed a small leak. The resonance stone against Harry's chest grew painfully hot. Whatever stood before him was causing significant temporal disruption. This wasn't just Quirrell or even Voldemort, but something worse, a temporal anomaly similar to what Alara had described as a Tempest Feeder, but focused and directed by Voldemort's fragmented consciousness. You're trying to use the basilisk, Harry guessed, noting the runes on the altar that appeared to be some sort of summoning arrangement. The basilisk is merely a tool, not Quirrell replied. A means to an end. The true goal is restoration. He gestured to the altar. This chamber exists at a conjunction of ley lines. The perfect place to harness energy for rebuilding what was lost. Harry kept his wand trained on the figure, mind calculating options. A direct magical battle might be possible, but the risk of accidentally awakening the basilisk during the fight was too great. How did you escape the temporal loop? Harry asked, playing for time while searching for tactical advantages in the chamber. Not Quirrell smiled thinly. Your friend's device created a perfect prison, but failed to account for quantum uncertainty. In any closed system, there exists the infinitesimal possibility of particles tunneling through supposedly impenetrable barriers. When one exists outside normal time, such infinitesimal chances become workable probabilities. You've been planning this since the beginning of term, Harry realized. The partial openings of the chamber, testing your access. Rebuilding enough coherence to manifest physically takes time, the entity acknowledged. But now the preparations are complete. The altar's runes glowed brighter, and a low rumbling vibrated through the chamber. The mouth of Slytherin's statue began to open slowly. Harry reacted instantly, activating the rooster crow crystal. The amplified sound echoed deafeningly throughout the chamber, bouncing off the stone walls. Not Quirrell snarled, flicking his wand to silence the sound, but the damage was done. From within the statue came not the expected emergence of the basilisk, but an agonized hissing followed by a tremendous crash. No. The entity's face contorted with rage. What have you done? Killed your pet, I expect, Harry replied, shifting to a combat stance. Roosters' crows are fatal to basilisks. Basic magical creature knowledge. The chamber shuddered as the temporal entity's rage manifested in waves of distorted energy. Objects around them began aging rapidly, then reversing, caught in the time disruption emanating from Not Quirrell. You think this ends with the basilisk? The entity hissed, its form flickering between Quirrell's appearance and something more snake-like and terrible. I have absorbed enough temporal energy to rebuild myself without it. Your interference merely changes the method, not the outcome. The entity raised both hands toward the ceiling, drawing down energy from the ley line conjunction above. The air crackled with magical discharge, and the entity's form began to solidify and transform. Harry knew he needed to act quickly. This wasn't just Voldemort attempting to return, it was something worse, a hybrid of Voldemort's consciousness and a temporal anomaly that could potentially warp reality around Hogwarts if fully manifested. Drawing on his deepest training from Merlin, Harry gathered his magical core energy, focusing it into a specialized containment spell designed specifically for temporal disruptions. This was advanced magic, far beyond what a second year should know, but the situation demanded his full capabilities. As the entity continued its transformation, Harry released his spell, a complex matrix of golden energy that expanded outward, surrounding the altar and the changing figure. Where the containment field touched the temporal disruption, reality seemed to stabilize, forcing the entity back into a singular form. Impossible, Not Quirrell gasped, struggling against the containment. No child could cast this level of magic. I'm not just any child, Harry replied, maintaining the spell with intense concentration. And I've had an excellent teacher. The entity fought the containment, sending pulses of chaotic temporal energy against the golden matrix. Harry felt each impact like a physical blow but held firm, drawing on his extensive magical reserves. Realizing direct assault wouldn't work, the entity changed tactics. Release me, Harry Potter, and I can offer knowledge beyond your imagining. The secrets of time itself, the power to change your parents' fate. My parents wouldn't want to be saved through dark magic, Harry countered, unmoved by the temptation. And I already understand time better than you think. With a surge of determination, Harry compressed the containment field, forcing the entity back toward the altar. The runic circle there, originally intended for the entity's restoration, could be repurposed for its banishment with the right modifications. Using wandless magic with his free hand, Harry altered several key runes, converting the restoration circle into a temporal anchor point. The entity realized what was happening too late. No. You can't, I can and I will, Harry declared, pushing the entity fully into the modified circle. Back to your prison, Tom. This time permanently. With a final surge of power, Harry completed the containment. The runic circle flared blindingly bright, then collapsed inward like water down a drain, taking the screaming entity with it. Silence fell in the chamber, broken only by the distant drip of water and Harry's heavy breathing. The temporal disruption had been contained, not destroyed, but bound to the chamber itself in a way that would prevent it from manifesting again. Exhausted but satisfied, Harry took a moment to recover before exploring the chamber further. The basilisk was indeed dead, its massive form collapsed half out of Slytherin's statue. Even in death, Harry was careful not to look directly at its eyes, using his mirror to navigate around the corpse. The fangs, he noted, would be useful for destroying the diary Horcrux still locked in his trunk. He carefully extracted several using dragonhide gloves, storing them in a conjured container. Before leaving, Harry placed additional wards around the runic altar, insurance against any potential weakening of the temporal binding. Then he made his way back through the tunnel to the entrance pipe, using a levitation charm to ascend to the bathroom. Luna waited anxiously, her face lighting with relief when Harry emerged. You're alive. And the darkness is contained, I can feel it. It's done, Harry confirmed, too tired to maintain his usual caution about revealing his true capabilities. A fragment of Voldemort escaped our previous containment and tried to use the chamber to regenerate. I've bound it to the chamber itself, it can't escape again. Your aura has changed, Luna observed, studying him with her unique perception. The colors are more integrated now, less like separate layers and more like a true whole. Harry understood what she meant. This confrontation had required him to fully embrace his training and abilities, no longer compartmentalizing his Merlin-trained self from his Hogwarts student persona. The integration felt right, if somewhat exposing. We should tell Dumbledore what happened, Luna suggested. At least part of it. Harry considered this. A version of the truth. The basilisk is dead, and the chamber is secure. That's what matters most for the school's safety. They made their way to the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore listened to their carefully edited account with increasingly raised eyebrows. Harry explained discovering the chamber's entrance, hearing about a monster within, researching basilisks, and using a rooster's crow recording to kill it preemptively. Most impressive, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said when Harry finished. And most concerning that Salazar's chamber was indeed real, with a basilisk lurking within. His piercing blue eyes studied Harry intently. Though I find myself wondering how you knew to look for it, and how you determined the entrance location. Research, sir, Harry replied with his standard explanation. Hermione helped identify the basilisk from historical accounts, and Moaning Myrtle's bathroom seemed the logical location given the plumbing access. Dumbledore clearly didn't fully believe this simplified explanation, but seemed to accept that Harry was offering as much truth as he was willing to share. The school owes you a great debt, Mr. Potter. Had the basilisk emerged fully formed into the castle? He left the grim consequences unspoken. I shall need to inspect the chamber myself, of course, to ensure no further dangers remain. Of course, Professor, Harry agreed. Though I've already placed warning wards around the most dangerous areas. This casual mention of advanced magic drew another sharp look from Dumbledore. Have you indeed? Most second years would find such magic quite beyond their capabilities. Harry met the headmaster's gaze steadily. As you've noted before, sir, I'm not most second years. In the days following the chamber incident, Harry maintained a low profile, allowing the basilisk fang he'd collected to finally destroy the diary Horcrux. The procedure was simple but satisfying. Driving the venomous fang through the diary's cover released a terrible scream and black ichor before the Horcrux's destruction was complete. With both the diary and the chamber entity contained, the immediate threats to Hogwarts were neutralized. Harry turned his attention to longer-term preparation, particularly developing the skills and allies he would need for Voldemort's eventual corporeal return. He began cautiously expanding his circle of trusted associates. Neville Longbottom responded well to Harry's encouragement in herbology and defense practice, gradually developing more confidence in his magical abilities. Susan Bones of Hufflepuff, with her connections to the DMLE through her aunt, became a valuable contact during joint study sessions. Most surprising was the tentative alliance formed with Draco Malfoy after a carefully orchestrated encounter in the library. Harry had deliberately chosen a table near Draco's isolated study corner, then openly solved a complex arithmancy problem well beyond second-year level. Draco's curiosity eventually overcame his practice disdain. That's sixth-year work, Potter. How are you solving it? Instead of dismissing him, Harry had explained the mathematical principle involved, demonstrating an approach that clarified the problem significantly. Draco's genuine interest in academic achievement provided an opening that bypassed their house rivalry, at least temporarily. These small connections would form the foundation for the network Harry would need in the coming conflict, not just friends, but strategic allies across house lines and with various valuable skills or connections. As winter settled over Hogwarts, Harry received an unexpected communication from Elara through their resonance connection. The temporal disruptions have stabilized, she reported. Whatever you did in the chamber created a stable binding pattern. Impressive work. Thanks, Harry replied, settled comfortably in the room of requirement where he could speak freely. But it was just containment, not elimination. Voldemort's consciousness is still fragmented across multiple anchors. True, but you've neutralized two major vectors already, the diary and the Quirrell fragment. That's significant progress. Elara's expression grew more serious. The Department of Mysteries has reduced their monitoring of Hogwarts. They've classified the temporal anomaly as naturally resolving, which works in our favor. What's your next move? Harry asked. Tracking the remaining soul fragments, Elara replied. They create distinct temporal echoes, faint, but detectable with the right equipment. I've identified potential locations for at least 3. I'll need that information, Harry said. Destroying them all before Voldemort regains corporeal form would change the entire timeline. Elara nodded. I'll compile what I've found. But Harry, remember that major destiny points resist change. If Voldemort's return is a fixed nexus, events will continue realigning to make it happen, just through different means. Then I'll keep adapting, Harry said with determination. The prophecy says I have the power to vanquish him. It doesn't specify when or how. As Christmas approached, Harry received an invitation to spend the holidays with the Weasleys at the Burrow. While tempted by the warmth and belonging he'd experienced there last summer, he declined politely, explaining he had research to complete at Hogwarts. The partially empty castle during holidays provided perfect conditions for advanced magical practice in the room of requirement. Harry focused on combat spells, warding techniques, and continuing to master the mind arts that would prove crucial when directly confronting Voldemort. On Christmas morning, Harry woke to a modest pile of presents, sweets from Ron, a homework planner from Hermione, a hand-knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley, and various small gifts from other friends. The most intriguing gift came without a card, a simple wooden box containing what appeared to be an ordinary pebble. Harry immediately recognized it as anything but ordinary. The stone radiated subtle temporal energy, similar to but distinct from his resonance stone. A small folded note inside the box simply read, "For returning." Merlin had somehow managed to send him one final gift, a temporal anchor stone that could potentially allow communication across their separated timelines. The implications were enormous, though Harry suspected it would be a one-time connection rather than an ongoing communication channel. He set the stone aside carefully, saving it for a moment of true need. Having Merlin's direct guidance again, even briefly, would be invaluable during a critical moment in the coming conflict. The remainder of the school year passed without major incident. Harry maintained his cover as an exceptional but not impossible second-year student, while privately advancing his skills far beyond that level in the room of requirement. His network of allies expanded gradually, with Luna, Neville, Hermione, and Ron forming his core group, supplemented by strategic connections in other houses. As spring arrived, Harry began laying groundwork for the challenges he knew lay ahead in his third year, particularly the escape of Sirius Black from Azkaban and the potential to clear his godfather's name. Through careful research in old Daily Prophet archives, Harry compiled evidence suggesting Peter Pettigrew's survival. He anonymously fed select information to key contacts at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, planting seeds of doubt about Black's guilt that might prove useful when the time came. On the final night of term, Harry stood at the astronomy tower window, gazing across the Hogwarts grounds bathed in moonlight. The past year had brought significant victories, the chamber secured, the basilisk destroyed, the diary Horcrux eliminated. Yet these were merely opening moves in a much larger game. Voldemort would return, perhaps not exactly as in Merlin's account of the original timeline, but return he would. The prophecy demanded their eventual confrontation. But Harry was no longer the frightened boy from the cupboard under the stairs, nor even the talented but naive child from the original timeline. He was being forged into something more, a young mage with ancient training, temporal knowledge, and a growing network of allies. As he watched an owl soar across the moonlit sky, Harry felt a deep sense of purpose and readiness. Merlin had given him the foundation, but the path forward was his to walk. The wizarding world faced dark times ahead, but this time, their defender would meet those challenges prepared. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, had returned to his destiny, not as a pawn of fate, but as its master. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.